Hey, I'm Emily Fraser from McDermott Cues. I hope you all like and follow Shark Street.
Hi, I'm Lukas Fracasso-Verner. Join us on the Shark.
Hello, I'm Salotto, and join us on Shark Stream.
Hello everyone, I'm Francisco Sanchez Ruiz. Join us to the Shark Stream. Let's go!
Hello, I am David Alcaide. Join us in Shark Stream.
Hey guys, I'm Fedor Gorst. Join us on the Shark Stream.
I'm Kristina Tkach. Join us on the Shark Stream.
Hey guys, it's Jason. Join us on the Shark Stream tonight.
I'm John Moore. Join me on the Shark Stream.
Salotto is the world's premier pool community. Playing your friends has never been more fun. Raise the bar with Salotto so regular practice can become real pressure. With monthly prizes and cash payouts, Salotto brings pool to the people. You can even submit match results to Fargo Rate through Salotto if you want, but you don't have to. Your race, your place. Make your matches count with Salotto. Download now and get started. No minimum play per month. 8, 9, 10 ball. You choose. It all counts.
This is Brian Brennan coming at you from the Shark Stream. Just want to let you know this is somewhat unplanned, but definitely we had talked about it a few times. We're going to give you a replay tonight of Kristina Tkach versus Rob Piersa. They are this is originally broadcast on the subscribers only channel on January 3rd. After Rob and Kristina play, then we're going to bring you the replay of Lukas Fracasso-Verner and Fedor Gorst in a race to 20. So no spoilers in terms of how the matches went, but if you want to budget your time, the Kristina and Rob race to 7 went about 41 minutes, and the Fedor, I keep saying FSR, Fedor versus Lukas match went a little under 3 hours. So we're going to be on all night. Make sure you tell a friend. Upcoming events, we're going to be having the Efren Bada Reyes 13th and 14th of next week. It's Monday and Tuesday. Efren will be playing Mike Duchesne on the subscribers channel. And on the 14th, he'll be entertaining guests, so to speak. So if you want to come down and get an autograph, I can't remember what the price is. I think it's less than $100. or it might be right on, and that gets you an autograph, a rack or two, and a picture, a cue ball, whatever you like. So that's definitely coming up next week. And then, of course, in June, we have Savannah the Roadrunner Easton. He'll be coming down to play. I forget exactly which day. Check our Facebook page, but she'll be here to do an exhibition match as well. I think she's playing Ashley Benoit, actually, and she might be playing some other matches, but that's going to be another great subscriber-only event. If you're curious about what subscribing looks like, I'm going to play you our latest little commercial from Rebecca Hilton.
For only $4.99, which can be the cost of your morning coffee, you can become an exclusive member of the Shark Stream for an entire month. You get full access to pay-per-view events such as Fedor Gorst, FSR, and our upcoming events, Efren Reyes and Savannah Easton. Free entries into weekly and monthly raffles that vary in prizes. Don't forget, exclusive interviews with the top professionals. Subscribe today for $4.99 a month. And remember, that's only the cost of one coffee, when you can get raffles, events, and more.
All right, so there you have it. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and bring you the first part of our doubleheader of the evening. It's going to be Kristina Tkach versus Rob Piersa. I'll see you back here in the booth in about 41 minutes.
Let's go.
Buddy, it looks like we're getting ready to go. Got the light on. This is Brian the Kickin' Chicken. I'm sitting next to legend of a legend, which is Lance Lascotti. He's joining us in the booth. How you doing today, Lance?
Good. I'm doing good. How are you, Chicken?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. I'm excited for this action we got going. We got Rob Piersa, who's got those lumberjack arms, and he's not supposed to lose to a little girl, is he?
I mean, this is on paper 720 versus 711, I believe.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a close match, I would say. Just doing the final little tweaks here on the. We got the board. Okay, good.
Yeah, this is a coin flip. I mean,
I think so.
Yeah. I think you have to give Rob a slight edge with home court. You know, this is
home field advantage a little bit.
This is a tough table, and I'd have to assume that pros like Fedor and Kristina probably don't play on gold crowns that often, gold crown threes that often anymore. I would assume they're playing mainly on diamonds.
Mostly
or
diamonds, the Rasson tables,
yeah.
Sure. Yeah, even Predators got their tables out.
Yeah.
Well, it looks like Rob's going to start with his typical soft break, about what, 80 miles an hour, maybe.
Yeah. So I would, it's fair to say that he's going to have an edge in the breaking department. I mean, over 90% of men, he's got an edge over him.
Absolutely. And any little nuance with the table, he would be a little bit more aware of it than Kristina.
Yeah.
But I think she'd be a quick adapter, and she's got quite a resume. She's not just rotation. She's playing some pretty jam up straight pull. She's won some titles in that.
Yeah.
As well.
Pros are phenomenal at adjusting.
Yes.
You know, even high amateurs like myself, you see a lot of them really struggle to adjust. I personally struggle to adjust a lot, but the pros, they've seen it all and done it all. They know what's going on.
You know, the best probably still in our state, Jeremy Saucy. Jeremy came to my house one time, and he didn't bring a cue with him, and he wanted to hit a couple of balls, and he's so dialed in with his equipment, and he used a different shaft. It wasn't a low deflection. I mean it. He was missing by almost a diamond on most shots.
Yep.
And he wasn't adapting very well at all. It was amazing to me.
Yeah, and then there's players that could pick up a house cue and play just like normal.
Yeah, and not miss a beat.
Yeah.
So we're going to find out. He looks like he's got a tough shot here. If he can get past this one, he might be looking at a combo after the 5.
Yeah, this is the key. And he's coming out swinging. He's made a bunch of difficult shots so far. He opened up with a bank on the 1, and this is no hanger though. On this table especially,
I don't know if he goes here for the combo position or if he just tries to play the short side.
I would say that if he is going to play the combo, he's got to go back and forth. Mm-hmm. He's not going to roll it. I think if it was me, I'd probably go back and forth and play for the combo because the 6 to the 8 is not very easy, especially on this table.
And that's what he decided. He's coming underneath it, though.
Yeah, he mishit it a little bit, but you know what?
He's still alive.
Yeah, it looks like he's got to look at the corner, or if the angle's no good, he could maybe even cut it in the left, the top side pocket, but the cue ball gets really tricky there.
One thing Rob is not lacking is stroke, and he can get up to that 8-ball, I think, no problem, even with that short distance between the cue and the 6. And he did just that.
Oh, I hit that beautiful. Look at this. He's going to have a great line. Wow, that cue ball just kept going.
Slow down.
Holy, wow.
No.
Wow, I thought that was coming.
Hooked.
I thought that was going to fall about a foot short.
Yeah, it looked like it was supposed to stop at that first diamond.
Yeah, I thought he was going to have a nice angle, and wow, that cue ball just took off on him.
I would say that's a betrayal, what just happened there.
Yeah, and this is super tough. I mean, this is... Sometimes if you're not too hooked, that happened to me last night, where you can just masse a little bit around the point.
Look what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's going into the point.
I don't blame him, because I really don't see many other good kicks besides the one rail. Well,
are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me?
Bartender, gin.
Oh, geez.
Wow.
We got to replay it. There's the first. He didn't waste any time getting to a real shot.
Look at that.
My God.
But you know what? This 9's no hanger.
Oh, no. He's got work to do.
I mean,
by comparison, this is.
Yeah. At least he's got to look at it. He could have given up ball in hand.
Oh, my God. What a way to start. Kristina's thinking, what have I got myself
side
into?
pocket might be big.
Yeah,
no,
this side
the
pocket.
other side pocket.
He's okay.
What a great out.
I got to give him another boom. That is insanity.
What a way to start the set. Break and run. It made a bunch of very difficult shots.
Blue team gets a point. Blue team gets a point.
What a great start. I mean, that settles the nerves. You know, nerves are at a high at the beginning. The first rack and the last is usually the toughest to win. I mean, he made 4 or 5 phenomenal shots at that.
He says they're not nervous. They're always lying.
I agree. I agree. Or they're not betting enough.
All right. Well, we got Rob breaking at 1-0. Thank you, everybody, for joining us on the pay-per-view. Really appreciate your having a look, joining us today. And we got some more great action coming up after this.
So Kristina hit those pretty solid, but she broke dry, but she didn't give up a look. So that's okay. Rob's going to have to push here.
Where would you push on this one, Lance?
I don't mind this bottom right corner. Let me think. There's something better than that. This table's so tough, and the 2-ball being tied up, you have a lot of options.
He's going to tie up.
Yeah.
Didn't tie it up exactly. The 3 may go by the 8. I don't know.
Yeah, this could be this rack could take a while because the 2, 3, 8 is congested. The 5, what are your guys' colors here? That's the 4.
That's the 4-ball.
The 4 and the 6 doesn't lay very good. So this could be a moving rack for a little while. Somebody's going to look to try to get ball in hand and develop the rack.
This is going to leak a little. I think there's an edge.
Yeah.
Might be able to put that cue ball over towards the 8-3. Oh, no. Okay, he's going that way.
Yeah. If it's a perfect, he might get coverage around the 9. Oh, he hit a hard. Okay. Buster. Oh, he might still get by it. No, short. But this out is tough.
It's a real tentative one.
Yeah.
Here. Well, we're going to see. This is her first chance with an open look.
She broke dry, but she hit those balls very square.
Absolutely did.
She hit that ball very
clean. She came right in for a nice 2-ball. Yes, she did.
Look at this.
She's going to be going away from the 3. Let's see if she just accepts the drift out to the past center table.
Yeah, I think
she kept it pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pretty good. What do you do here? Combo on the 4-6?
Yeah, this is super tough. I mean, you know, you pocket the 3 and you come out by that. There's even a scratch looming in the side pocket, but you can fall short or go beyond it. You can pick. She chose to go beyond it.
She went above, and she's sitting really well for this.
Yeah, this is about as good as you could ask for. This is almost falling hand now. It looks like the 4 might be going to the left and the cue ball's going to the right, which could be problematic, but
She controlled it beautifully.
Yeah, it was straighter than I thought. And now she's cooking. Now she has a great chance to run out.
You got to figure she's out from here.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet against it, that's for sure. She would have liked a little bit more of an angle here, so she could have more comfortably went to the top long rail, but I think she can still force through it, a little stun through it. Oh, she just stuck. That's
just accept a little longer shot.
Nothing wrong with that.
This might almost be a stop shot or draw back a hair.
That's what I was thinking. She could just stop, or she could choose to draw back for the 7 in the side, or just draw back a little to make sure she has the correct angle going from the 7 to the 8. But I think she's just going to play it just like that.
Yeah, it's a beauty. It does look like she has a little bit of the correct angle to go toward the long rail.
Right. And even if she was straight with a little bit of the wrong angle, she could just hold it and take the 8. So it looks very comfortable. She's hitting the ball very clean, very, very relaxed, good body language, comfortable. And she has to be thinking to herself, geez, with the out Rob made, I mean, she's got to assume like she's fighting for her life.
She has to play good pool.
Yeah, this ain't gonna be no walk in the park, that's for sure. And she made a great out.
Red team gets their bead. All right.
It started with that shot on the 1 ball because she fell so perfect on the 2.
Yes, she did.
That solved the problem with the 2-3-8 congestion. And then she hit, because she fell good on the 1 and the 2, she got a great line on the 3 to go to the 4-6 combo. So I mean, she just hit her marks perfect there.
Yeah, and she was thinking well ahead. I think she had most of that rack sorted out in her head prior to going at it. And it just fell into place as she kept making balls. Really, really nice. But Bob Lewis, master racker. He's a great ref, and he's a great guy as well.
Yeah, he is. He did the last match with Lukas and Earl, correct?
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Yep. And he did a great job there.
Yeah, that was pretty surprising. I mean, Lukas, so again, that home field advantage, maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Lukas ended up the winner at 20-9.
28, 29. Yep.
Yeah.
It was convincing, and I was here for it. I forget exactly what the score was, but Lukas won like the last 7 in a row or something. I mean, it was pretty reasonably tight the first half, and then the second half, Lukas just took off.
Lukas put on a clinic, and he was putting on a breaking clinic most of the way as well.
So Rob's got an interesting choice here. He could pocket the 1 in the top left corner, or he could attack the 9. I don't mind either one. I probably go for the out here with how good he was hitting the ball in the first rack. I think you just go for the out. He looks like he's following. He might be going towards the 9, but
yeah, he's got high English going.
He might be able to play both of them.
Well,
it might lay perfect. But he went strictly for the out, which I think was the correct move. Do you know if they're playing called 9, wild 9?
This I actually don't know. I was just going to ask you if you knew, because I was thinking the same thing. If he had to call it, he didn't look like he indicated a call on it.
Yeah.
I'll assume it's wild until we find out otherwise. And the other thing I just learned, we just got stuck in the booth here, kind of. We were having a tech problem, so we didn't get into the rules as much as we could have. But obviously, it's alternate break because Kristina won the rack.
Right.
But Rob went ahead and broke. A short race, right? Oh, they got up to 11 now.
Yeah, I thought it was 7. That's what I thought too, but
okay.
7, 11. Should be a great one. So
I think so.
Yeah. And then the next match is going to be fantastic.
Fedor, it's interesting. That's quite a good challenge for Lukas. I mean, Lukas gets around more than he used to, and he gets to see some of these great players more often. But this is wonderful to have Fedor. He's a tops in the world player. World-class player, and he's going to come here and challenge himself to get past Lukas on his home turf.
Yeah, he's got work cut out for him, that's for sure. But he does have a little slack because he's already beaten him once. 11-8 or 11-7 or something.
Yeah,
like
that was down at that memorial tournament down. I think it was in Virginia.
Yeah.
And Fedor doesn't have to win.
Yeah, and I mean, Fedor's as seasoned as they come, so it's hard for me to say it, but I'm going to say it. Might be in his mind just a little bit that this kid got me once, and it'd be a shame if he got me again. You know,
we all have that one guy out there that gets in our head a little bit, and who knows? Maybe Lukas can occupy that little bit of space. I don't think so. Too early to say.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but you never know.
No, you don't.
17-17, race to 3 for the cash, and he's thinking, this kid, what do I have to do to beat this kid? And you never know. It only takes, with players of that caliber, only takes 1 or 2 mistakes to change the whole set. Kristina looks like she's taking care of business here.
Smooth operator. She's going to get real good on this 8-ball. Her choice if she wants to draw back for a side shot or just go into the rail and out for the corner.
Yeah,
whatever she's comfortable with.
I kind of thought she'd go for the corner, but it looks like she's drawn.
The side shot. Want to give a shout out to my partner in crime there, Bobby Hunt. He was going to be joining me today, but he's fallen ill with whatever all going around. He's coughing and sneezing, and hopefully he'll be feeling good soon.
Yeah, rest up, Bobby. I hope you feel well soon, and look forward to seeing you. Yeah, you guys do a great job here. All of you guys, Bobby Hilton, the owner, and yourself and Bobby Hunt and Joe and all you guys do a great job with all the streaming, and the community really appreciates it and likes it. And
it feels like an honor to be able to sit in a booth, and Bobby is real dedicated to getting the word out about pool.
Yep.
We're actually watching, in our lifetime, which is beautiful, a big resurgence in pool.
Yeah.
It really dipped down for a while. I mean, we had that momentum after the movie Color of Money.
Yep.
And things were just swinging along, and it was going pretty big back all the way in the 60s when I was growing up, and they had a lot of episodes on one of the most popular shows on TV, The Honeymooners, with
Yep.
Jackie Gleason.
Yep.
He was in the pool room a lot of the episodes, so it was a lot of fun. It was always doing well. And then it just fell off after Color of Money.
Yeah.
They had that bump, and then it went down.
yeah, pool players were practically celebrities back then. I mean,
Yeah.
who was it? Weenie Beanie went on the Johnny Carson show.
Oh,
I mean,
isn't that something? Yeah.
Could you imagine a pool player now going on the Jimmy
Fallon or something?
I mean,
Yeah.
going on Fallon. I mean, I just couldn't see it happening.
It seems unheard of, but
Yeah.
I mean, I know that things have gotten very businesslike. We
Yeah.
don't have the characters like we used to.
Yeah.
Like your dad. I mean, he
Right.
was the character of characters, and
Right.
I kind of like that part of it actually.
I love that part of it.
Yeah.
Not just because he was my father. I love charismatic people and
the Larry Lascottis, the Keith McCreadys, the Louis Roberts, St. Louis Louis,
even
all these
Rimpey and all that. They all had character
Yeah.
to them. They all had, a spark to them, a
Yeah.
flame to them,
I think so as well.
Now it's more robotic and professional, which
Seems like
if it's good for the game, it's good for the game.
very businesslike, but hey, whatever it takes at this point to have a resurgence, I'm all for it.
Yeah, me too.
And we'll still sneak in a character here and
Yeah.
there. I think so.
I'll tell you, when the IPT was doing its thing, I thought that was going to be it. I
Yeah.
said, the players are finally going to get paid, and
Yeah.
and then that fell apart. And then I thought, it's never coming back. I said, that's going to be the killer, but here we are. Match room to save the day.
Yeah. By the way, that ball just struggled at 6 to get in the side.
Yeah, sure did. And she's got a great out from here.
Yeah, she looks like she's got to get out.
And I haven't seen a single mistake out of either player yet. So far, they've both been playing hitting the ball super clean, getting their angles.
Absolutely.
She might have fell a little flat on this, but she can just go forward and take the 9 in the top right. I'm sorry, the bottom right, our bottom right. If she doesn't have enough to come up.
Well, she's coming above. She had enough. She powered it up there. She doesn't seem to have any hesitancy to play a stroke shot or a power shot.
No, not at all.
She seems to have a lot of the tools in her quiver.
Yeah, and you got to that one rubbed a little bit. And her husband is they're married.
I think so. I'm not even positive. Actually, I think maybe not.
Yeah, because of the last name, but
Yeah.
But regardless, her
main
significant
man,
other,
her main squeeze.
Yeah, that's a great perk.
Yeah, you have a question, you just give him a little elbow to the arm and say, "Hey, what did I do wrong here, or what can I do better?"
Yeah.
And Fedor, he's another aspect that I'm going to say I'll really enjoy about the next game, our next match with Fedor and Lukas. Couldn't find two nicer guys, and I love their affect. Their demeanor at the table. These guys are they're total gentlemen. They shoot their shots. They're not big emotion. They just take care of business, and they go sit down when it's off, when they're off inning, and it's really very respectful guys.
Yeah, Fedor is a great ambassador of the sport. You know, he's professional. He plays arguably the best player in the world for the past
he's
3
up
years
there,
or whatever. And, you know, maybe the rankings are different, this and that, but there's so many politics behind all that stuff. I mean, it's hard to say, like, who would you take versus Federer in a long race? I mean, like, there's guys that could win, but
Josh Filler might be,
Filler could,
maybe.
You know,
Shane is getting a little older now. You know, I think he's already going a little bit into fishing mode. You know, he's kind of did everything he needs to in pool. He doesn't have anything left to prove.
Yeah, Federer's great for the game. I mean, he's
a nice young man.
Yeah.
What must it be like, Lance? What must it be like to be traveling like they're traveling all the time, and they're going to events and they're like, yeah, I'm the reigning champion here. Yeah, I'm going to defend my crown here. I mean, every place like he's going, they're on their way. Obviously, they're on their way to Turning Stone, right? He's the reigning champ.
Right.
Yeah, and you know, so many places. He's actually Fedor's master of the table.
Yeah,
right
the
at the Derby City. Yeah. So that's coming up after Turning Stone. He'll be going there where he was. I think he won 2 divisions. I think he won Banks and 9-ball.
And I think he went deep in the one pocket. How about his one pocket game that's exploded in the past?
The guy's playing. You know what? Bobby and I talk about that a lot. Bobby Hunt. He's obviously, you know, one pocket's become his love. He loves that game, and he's quite good at it. And we talk about how the style has changed. I mean, some of these guys like Urquilo, when he took up one pocket, he didn't know how to move.
Right.
But when you could make 8 and out from nowhere,
right,
you don't have to move too much.
And he had the luxury of being a Filipino, so he's got Pagulayan and all them to, you know, those guys. See, that's the difference. It seems like the Europeans and the Filipinos, they work together.
Yeah.
Where the Americans, they just want to rob each other.
Sure. Well, what makes me scratch my head is somebody like Alex Pagulayan. I mean, the guy is, what is he, like 5'3"?
Yeah.
And
he's short.
He was not only does he shoot pool like a demon, he's a world-class pool player.
Yeah.
How about he's the Canadian snooker champion?
Mm-hmm.
The guy won the Canadian snooker championship on a 12-foot table.
Yep.
How does he have this? Like almost a 4-foot bridge.
And he plays lights out Chinese 8-ball, or they call it what, hay ball now?
Hay ball, yeah, right.
I love watching him and Shaw play.
Yeah,
it's so fun to watch.
So listen how funny this was. I was sitting home. I was watching DCC, and I happened to tune in Pinniger. You know, Hennessy.
Hennessy Pinniger. Yeah.
So Jonathan Pinniger, he just whitewashed Jason. And this was when they first started that Chinese 8-ball, and Darren was over there, and Darren actually won $30,000. He won first place. By the way, now it's like 10 times that.
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah.
But Darren went over, and Pinniger really did get some lucky rolls. He beat Jason, I think, whatever they played at DCC, 11-0 or 9-0.
Yeah.
It was a shutout. And Jason hardly had a chance to come to the table, and when he did, it was just horrible what he had to say.
Yeah.
He called me on the phone within like 5 minutes of the match ending. He said, "Chicken, you want to buy my diamond? I have to get one of those Chinese 8-ball tables immediately."
And he got one.
Immediately.
And he got one.
Yeah, of course he did.
And he put it in US 1.
Yeah.
I don't think it's there anymore.
What's different about the table?
Weird pockets. It's very like snookery, rounded pocket points.
It's basically snooker pockets, and I believe it's 8 feet. Also, it's not 9, right?
I think it is. Yeah, 8. Yeah, so it's a little smaller, but weird, tighter snooker pockets. Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, I've never hit actually, I did hit a couple balls on the one he put in US 1, like 3 balls real quick. I moved 3 balls over, and it's just brutal. If you touch the rail.
And then you said, I'm going back to table 13 where I can make balls.
Yeah, I was playing one pocket on the diamond, and I was like, I'm going back to the diamond. I'm out of here. Got no prayer.
Well, Rob gave that a lot of attention, and he came out of it with a miss. He overcut the 7. So Kristina's got an unexpected chance to get this game. Is she going to play safe here, or is she going to go for the cut?
I think she's going in on it, but it's no hanger. It does make it a little easier because the 7 is away from the rail. If that 7 was a little closer to the rail, like it's way harder. But it's
this is doable.
Yeah, it's doable. It's now the cue ball. could go into the 8, but you maybe put a little left on this to avoid the 8. And it might even help cut the 7 in a little. But you might be able to just go highball and miss the 8 and go up and down.
Oh, she missed it.
Yeah, she hit that one pretty
She's
fat.
going to give Rob pretty much the same shot.
Yeah.
Out actually a little bit more.
Yeah, this one's a little farther, but not as steep. You know, like the cue ball's closer to the bottom.
And I know he cuts the frog hair off these balls a lot of times. I think he's going to definitely go in on this shot. And
Chicken.
he's a big favorite.
Frogs don't have hair.
Maybe not in your neighborhood. Maybe not in Kensington.
I think Rob's probably gonna try to cut this in and go up and down, right? Why slow roll it and hold it when you can confidently cut it in up and down?
Nice shot. He's got the side pocket for the 8.
This is not going to be ideal though. I'll tell you, that cue ball's shooting right to the corner.
Yeah, it's a funny spot.
You'd love to get to the long rail and go 2 rails or 3 rails out.
He'll stun this with a little low middle ball, and it's going to come back.
I think you're right. I think he's going to dig in a little bit here.
I do too. You hate to have to jack up, but it's warranted here.
If he just makes the ball, cinch it, he'll get position.
You just don't want to overspin it and be by the side pocket
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now he's got a back cut. He did overspin it, but
these shots.
Again, he's got to mind the cue ball here. You know, there's a possibility.
Because if he doesn't, he's going to scratch in the corner.
Exactly. Rob says I ate these for breakfast.
Yeah, he hit that clean.
That was a pure shot.
Nice.
Pure. Live action.
So
We got Kristina breaking at 3-2.
Ball.
One ball dressed up pretty good.
Yeah. They made 2 balls.
2 is going to be a little bit complicated.
If it passes the 6, no big problem.
Well, let's see if it does, Lance, because it doesn't look exactly like it does from here.
Definitely not.
She might try to go underneath.
She could, yeah, a little low right here and come to our right side of the side pocket and spin into them. Might not. I don't see any great lock up safe that she could play position for. She could go behind the 2 like this.
She did that.
Yeah, that's not bad.
That's a good play.
Oh, look at that. Yeah, she felt real good there.
Just got to avoid that purple 5 to get at that pink 4.
I'm glad you said that because I was looking at those wondering.
It messes Bobby up a lot. And me too.
Yeah.
I mean,
I never play with this color set, so it's going to trick me a couple times.
You know, the analogy I always make when we're in here, when this comes up, it's like we've been taught to drive on the left side of the right side of the road our whole life, right?
Right.
And all of a sudden I woke up one day and they said, okay, switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got the wrong color 4 and the wrong color 5, and you're supposed to remember every time.
Yeah.
It wasn't broken. Why mess with it?
So Emily Fraser, that was her doing. And then when people gave her a lot of flack about it, she said, guys, I actually made a mistake. I didn't intentionally mean to do that.
I like her.
I like her too. I think she's doing everything great. But in this specific thing we're talking about, she admitted, I made a mistake, whatever, but we're going to roll with it. That's the part I don't like.
Could have changed it.
Why not just say, guys, I made a mistake. We'll go back to the colors. No problem.
Let's fix it. Yeah. I mean, originally the first one came out with the pink and the orange.
Yeah.
See, this is even a little better. The pink and the orange to me were really hard to pick up.
Yeah.
They were almost imperceptibly different, and they said it was done for TV purposes.
Which I just don't see the value. I just don't. Even the Shark Ray cloth, it's great cloth and everything. I play on it all the time.
Yeah.
But I think it's more problematic on camera because it's hard to see the high, unless you're using Aramith blacks. But
right.
It's hard to see the
white
the
is
stripes.
not contrasting as much. Yeah,
right. You have to actually turn the color settings darker just so the balls pop,
Yeah.
But,
and it drives commentators crazy.
Yeah.
Well, Christine got another one there. So she bumps up to 4. Yeah, the colors, it's not broken. Why fix it? We've gone through so many weird, strange, gimmicky things too.
Right.
Remember the Sardo rack?
As soon as you said gimmicky, I just watched a video last night, and
did you see?
And they were using the Sardo. I forget what match it was, and I thought to myself, what a gimmick that was.
Yes, you can make a decent rack with it, but it's like you're carrying an extra, like an automobile with you around. It's like a big behemoth of a thing.
Yeah, no, it's And even from a like physics standpoint, they would literally throw the balls up, press it, and remove it, and not even look.
Right, yeah,
It's automatic.
Assume it's all tight as can be.
Yeah, it just doesn't work like that. You can use a delta that they claim like NASA engineers made like absolutely perfect dimensionally.
Yes,
and you could throw them up and remove the rack, and there's 8 gaps.
You still need to touch them in.
Right, or re-rack to make freeze them up.
Even with a magic rack, they're supposed to be collapsing on themselves, the balls, but you still touch them in.
Yeah, I don't know who came out with that Sardo tight rack, but that was a money grab.
I'm going to assume it was somebody named Sardo.
Yeah, I would have bet against it.
Yeah, that's who it must have been.
Yeah.
All right, we got Rob getting ready to do one of his big breaks here. Let's watch that cue ball.
Do they have a break box going on here? Because I'm kind of surprised it wasn't breaking from the wing.
Yeah, I hate to say it, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know if they've agreed to do that. Yeah, usually he does break from over on one of the sides.
Yeah, so they might be break boxing.
So that one, he didn't launch the cue ball in the air, but it squatted back. It rolled back about 4 feet, 3 feet.
So it looks like he's going to try to kick safe here instead of push, which is dangerous because if you sell out, or just do that.
Make it. Yeah. I mean, come on. What are you doing? This guy's amazing.
You're going to wear out that replay button the way these guys are, these players are shooting.
And he knew when he shot it that he'll have position going in. So he already made the 2, and here's his position for the 4 ball.
As long as he doesn't get frozen to that rail.
Might go into the 8 here.
Yeah, which you could use as a stopper. You could even if you put some left-hand English on it, it helps you. He might even be able to miss the 8 and miss the 9 and come all the way around, like 3 rails around the 4.
Oh, he's going underneath it. Interesting. I don't think he loves that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think if he carried that same line but firmer and came all the way around the 4,
he'd be playing into this corner.
Yeah. But if he had felt real nice on the bottom right corner, he would have loved it. He had a stop shot with a proper angle to go from the 6 to the 7.
He wouldn't totally surprise me if he just plays this up in the corner.
You know what I
don't
like
think
here?
He's playing a
You
combo.
shoot it straight into the rail and follow the cue ball behind the 6.
You could bury him behind the 6.
That's what I like here. I mean, I don't blame him if he goes in on it, 'cause if he makes it, he should run out.
He did do the corner shot.
Cue ball a little loose, though.
He's got 3 rail position coming up.
Yeah.
Watch this beautiful shot. I think. Does he have the cut, or does he have to bank this?
I think he probably has the cut.
If he has the cut, he might be too thin to go around the 9.
Yeah, you're right about that. He might have to use a bunch of low right. And you really can't even just bank it and hold there for the 7 because it's too thin of a cut.
Yeah, this looks like the 9's a big ball. He's going for the bank.
He looked at like he might have been going up table with the cue ball. Like he's trying to one pocket bank it with inside and
and
go up table with the cue ball. But the way it lays, that kiss looks pretty big.
That's a tough spot.
That looks like it goes to the side. I'm surprised. Yeah, I think he's got to go with the side here.
Just got to miss this 9 ball.
Yeah. But you know what? He's still going to have a cut. It's not a hanger, but it's a look.
I think he's going to go in and he's a favorite. He's a favorite.
Yeah, I would agree. Now this 8 ball's in a tricky spot.
He might come down to the short rail and just accept to play it up straight up into the corner.
I think you have to. He would have loved if it went in the side to go up and down.
Oh, he missed and he scratched.
That scratch hurts. That cue ball stayed up. She didn't have to run out, but
now she's way the favorite. Yep. Give Kristina too many of these gifts. That was a gift.
I mean, he had a tough cut. It
was
on the 6
really
just to get to the 7.
Yeah.
And, the scratch was a little unfortunate.
Yeah. Got a tiny bit of a funny angle here, like it's almost coming towards the 9.
Yeah. You just use straight follow and
get down there as far as you can without messing your angle up. That's it. She's just going to accept a little bit of a cut shot because it was tracking right for the 9. Beautiful. Yep, she's taking control here.
Yeah, 5-2. So about the halfway point. So, if you're Rob, you want to start gaining some ground. You don't want to let her keep opening up this lead.
Yeah, he's got to start getting into the rearview mirror. All right, well, let's have a word from our sponsor, Salotto. To the live action, we got Kristina, the Crystal. Somebody spelled it wrong, the Crystal. Tkach breaking at 5-2.
I'll bet 5. I know who spelled it wrong.
Yeah. No bet.
He butchered my last name twice in the past month.
Every time Brian Merrick plays here, he makes some brain. I keep telling him it's not brain. I said he'll accept the compliment, but it's not brain. We thought he was just doing it intentionally, brain Merc. Yeah, brain Merc.
So she made 2 balls on the break, and she looks like she can pocket this one with inside English and go into the 3-6 and try to develop, the 3-6 and try to develop it.
Just like, good call, Lance, just like you said.
Yeah.
She's sitting pretty on that.
Yeah.
Just has to avoid the 7, which looks like no problem.
Yeah, this angle's very important here. So she got down on it super quick, meaning that she has the proper angle to go from the 3 to the 4. Draw.
Yeah, I think she wants center tables, pretty much what she wants.
Yep.
And she almost gets there.
Yep.
Now she's got the nice angle. Danny DiLiberto, he used to always say, get an angle for an angle.
Yeah.
So she's going to try to stay probably above the 9, go between the 8 and 9.
I agree. Put a little bit of left on this, straighten it out. So that's the second ball that she hasn't missed many, but she has missed 2 balls by quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, that wasn't, that hit almost a little bit after the diamond. I mean, she's human, just like anybody else, but something
like an unforced error.
Yeah, just something to look at.
When you're looking to, put the boa constrictor on him, you don't want to give any oxygen at all.
Yeah.
Rob can make this, and he could run out. He got a little unfortunate there.
Yeah.
I think he's going to play a safety here.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah, I like loading this up with left and putting it on the
badge.
Just putting the cue ball down. He could, I think I like that one. Even if he has to spin it too much, he could bank it back towards the badge. A couple options here.
Well, he went in on it, and who's to say he did the wrong thing? Not me.
Yeah.
That's a confident shooter.
Yeah, he's pocketing balls really clean. I mean, he always does, but today he's like super clean so far. So if I'm him, I like the aggression. If it's working, just and if he makes this,
just leave yourself a little angle.
I thought he was going
the other.
Me too.
Corner.
Me too.
It looked like it was made for it.
Yeah. I don't like back cutting balls like that. More towards a blind pocket.
Back cutting to blind pockets is always going to be a little tougher.
Yeah.
Tougher action. Yeah.
And the other corner, our top left, it's a bigger pocket from where you're shooting from.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It didn't seem like there was any reason for him to do that.
Yeah. It might be a comfort thing. Some guys, like our comfort is more of the other corner, and his might be, the one he went for.
Let yourself just enough angle to pop down there, stun it down.
Yeah, that mistake's going to cost, that miss is going to cost him this rack, and she's going to have a 6-2 lead here.
Yeah, that was tough.
Quick word from our sponsors.
All right, back to the live action. We got Rob breaking, and he really needs to get busy here. Breaking at 2-6.
And he's changing where he's breaking from.
Which I like, but, he doesn't seem like he's been breaking terribly.
I don't like that break spot. He broke dry, but I don't like that break spot. I personally never had success breaking from that nearly that
He was almost in the center.
Right.
Yeah.
Now in 8-ball or 10-ball where you can play the balls behind the 1, I don't mind it, but in 9-ball,
I've always found breaking from there, you're going to make less balls, but you have a better chance to slap the 9-ball.
Oh, of course. Yeah, back when the 9 was always counted.
Wild 9,
yeah. I would smash from like 3 cue balls outside of center.
Yeah,
and that 9 would always go to the corner.
You'd get a slap off it, right? Yeah.
And people didn't know about racking so much back then.
Sure.
They might even intentionally give you a loose rack where there's big gaps behind the 9, which makes it fly even more.
That's an edge.
Yeah, sure is.
You could make an edge out of it.
So Kristina's in business here. See much in her way here, as long as she executes.
But you're going to draw to the 4-side shot.
Yeah.
She's just got to avoid the 7. That nicely.
The 4 to the 6. I'm sorry, the 5 to the 6 is going to be the key.
That's the worst of it from here.
Yeah, and it looks like she's going to have a very nice angle to do it. Now, I wonder which side of the 6. I think she's going to go 2 to 3 rails to like the badge. You know, like not, you don't want to be straight, but like that area, you know, like.
Is she drawn?
Yeah.
She's drawn up above the side pocket.
Yeah, and then, right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what she was doing nicely.
Yep.
And Rob, this is your gift. Now, we've seen her miss a couple of balls that she really should.
Yeah, I mean, there's some work to do to get up table here. I mean, little stuck to the rail, not terribly, but
he's going to get there, no problem. The only thing, just miss the side pocket. He'll get there. This guy's got such a great stroke. Okay, like I was saying, he had difficulty getting up to the 6.
You were right, Chicken. You were right, Chicken.
Good call. Good call. I'll give you respect.
Yeah,
on
this
that
is
one.
tough. So I expect him to just thin this and leave the 6 up table by the badge, the Brunswick badge, and then come 2 rails out of the corner with a little bit of right and come down table and just leave 9 feet of distance. He looks like he might be banking, and he has gone towards aggression all match so far. He might have had a 2-way. Yeah, actually, I think he was just playing safe. I think he was banking it down there and trying to play behind the 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a pretty cold roll to draw it straight in the corner on a tight table. And he hasn't gotten away with any yet. Kristina has missed, I think, more balls than Rob.
And he hasn't punished her for any of them.
Right. Well, she's getting away with it a little bit more.
Yeah.
You know, like Rob's given up ball in hand 2-3 times.
Yes.
Late in the rack as well. Not on like the 1-2. So this is trouble for Rob. You know, she's looking to run out here and go up 7-2, but Rob's a great player. He has zero fear, zero give up in him. So, you know,
that's for sure.
Yeah. I've played Rob a million times, and anytime I was fortunate enough to build a lead, I never relaxed for a second.
You can't, you
just
feel
can't
comfort with him, man.
There's a lot of guys that you feel it when you break them, even though the set's not over.
Right.
You feel the lead breaks their spirit.
Yeah, and you never get there with
You
him
never
until,
get that
until it's over.
Never. I almost like play to try to break the spirit, because that's when you know you got him. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, what's up, everybody? Oh, I got to fix that camera a little bit. Put it up a little bit. I think
you got bumped.
Lisa. No, Lisa was in here with me. She's really short.
Oh, maybe tweaked a little bit.
Yeah,
oh, that's too high.
We're getting there.
I think that's about where
There we go. Perfect. All right, what's going on, guys? How you doing? Bobby Hill, along with Brian Brennan in the booth, and I hope you guys enjoyed that match with Kristina and Robert. I'm sure Robert didn't enjoy it too much, but
Robert didn't feel like he was having a good time.
No, he came out with that first shot.
First track was crazy. That 8-9
the 9
string
off the point.
Yeah,
9 off the point.
8 off the point, and then a crazy cut on the 9.
Yeah, it was nuts.
We even got Lance to swear on the shark stream for you.
Yeah,
Are you S-ing me?
Yeah, exactly. But don't go anywhere, guys. We got another great match. And again, what we're doing here, these are all the matches we've been getting on the subscribers channel, and we're leaking them out to you a little bit at a time. Every couple months after they're done. And don't forget, we got a big one coming up in a week, actually, Brian. Less than a week.
13th and 14th. 13th is going to be Effort and Michael Duchesne.
Yeah, Mike Duchesne. I mean, that guy is a Mosconi Cup player. He's
made his
800 Fargo. Yeah, he's top 3 United States Fargo in the country. So it's a great player, and Efren's going to try to battle him out, and it's going to be 2 out of 3 race to 9. And there's only one way you guys can watch that: is become a subscriber. And there's those happy faces. Yeah,
there you go, Friday.
It's a bunch of old guys.
Yeah.
All right, cool. But let's see what else we got, Brian. What do we got to press here?
All right. Well, if you want to just talk about this, we just talked about the subscribers. Let's check out Becca.
For only $4.99, which can be the cost of your morning coffee, you can become an exclusive member of the Shark Stream for an entire month. You get full access to pay-per-view events such as Fedor Gorst, FSR, and our upcoming events, Efren Reyes and Savannah Easton. Free entries into weekly and monthly raffles that vary in prizes. Don't forget, exclusive interviews with the top professionals. Subscribe today for $4.99 a month. And remember, that's only the cost of one coffee, when you can get raffles, events, and more.
Right, that was the beautiful Rebecca Hilton giving you guys what we got, don't go anywhere, guys. Fedor's coming up against Lukas in less than a minute or two. Just going to talk a little bit about how to get this Efren match. If you are not a subscriber, you want to make sure that you subscribe. Do it right now. It's only $4.99 for the month. You're going to get both matches. You'll get the Mike DeShane match and Efren Reyes. And we got Savannah coming on the 10th of May. And we also do raffles every month. Last month we did $335 worth of raffles, Brian. That's pretty good.
No, it's good swag. And there's cues coming along, I'm sure, as well.
Yeah, if we get the 600, we're going to do a $1,000 McDermott Cue. So that's fantastic. And so we got a lot of cool stuff. So make sure you're a subscriber if you can. It's $4.99 a month. Like Rebecca said, it's a cup of coffee. But again, you're going to get great matches. Like that match right there. The only way you could have saw that is by being a subscriber. And this next match that we're going to show to you with Lukas and Fedor, you had to be subscribers. So this is going to be the first time ever seen on the Shark Stream, Fedor Gorst.
Absolutely.
On the official Shark Stream. How about that?
Shark Stream official getting Fedor. We'll have a couple more matches trickling out. We had the Young Guns versus the Pro Elite. We're going to see what schedule that sometime in the future.
Yep.
That's good. That was a great day. Holy smokes.
That was probably one of the best days we've ever had here at Yale Billiards for sure. And I'll tell you what, the Efren Mike DeShane, that is off the hook, Brian. People are knocking my doors down to get in. They want to come down and check it out. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of people, and we're going to make it happen and make sure it's exciting for you. What's going on? Turismo 2X.
Turismo.
All right. So, again, we got Fedor coming up. Again, we want you guys to become a subscriber if you can. $4.99 a month. Just go to the Shark Stream page and hit subscribe. And if you can't, enjoy the Shark Stream. We'll get you as much free content as possible. And we're also going to be leaking these out every couple months. But
that's so you want to see it live, absolutely. I mean, there's nothing like seeing it in real time. So
no,
and you're definitely helping us keep the channel as awesome as it is. So any bit you can contribute, either through the donations in the comment section or through the subscriptions, it helps us get you this content.
Yeah, exactly. We're trying to get bigger and better, and we're trying to give you at least one great match every single month.
That's the goal.
And like we said, I mean, just think we had Earl Strickland, Lukas Fracasso-Verner, Kristina Tkach,
Fedor, David Arcady, Moritz Newhausen. Yep.
Yeah, it's just, the content is just
big names.
Now we got Efren Reyes. There's nobody bigger than him. The GOAT. And then we got Savannah, the next probably GOAT at some point. She is absolutely
She is keyed up to be an Allison Fisher.
Yeah, so she really
she's nuts. I love it.
Yeah, she's really good.
I can't wait to see you play her again.
All right, guys. All right, we're going to let you go. I hope you guys enjoy this. And
we're not letting them go. We're introducing the second half of this.
Yeah, we're going to let you go and watch this. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoy this. The first time Fedor Gorst.
Fedor on the Shark Stream.
On the Shark Stream. Yeah, actually, he wears our Shark Stream collar.
He's got this exact one right here.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't get the camera angle in there.
He'll be sending a Shark Stream on the back. So, all right, guys, enjoy the matchup, and we'll see you guys when it's over.
All right, guys, I'm assuming we're good to go here.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me, guys?
Yep, I can hear you, Brian.
Sir.
Who's that? Is that
Can you hear me?
Is that Jeremy?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Jones? What an honor to have you on our stream.
Oh, well, thank you. It's an honor to be here. I've watched y'all before, watched Lukas quite a bit. Last year, the last probably 4 or 5 months of the year, maybe something like that.
Okay. I want to just make sure we're broadcasting. Are we broadcasting, guys?
Yeah, everything seems to be good.
I don't see any chat. I'd like to hear somebody out in the chat let us know that we're coming through loud and clear.
Yep. Yeah, we're good.
Excellent. Well, we have a great match. Of course, Fedor Gorst, one of the tippity top in the world, and he's going to take a swipe at our local hero, Lukas Fracasso-Verner, young up and comer.
Yeah, and I'm suspecting this is kind of Lukas's home table.
It is. He's
It's
got
the same Gold Crown I watched him play some other matches on, I believe.
Yeah, he's got the home field advantage in that regard, but I'm pretty sure this Fedor Gorst is a quick learner. He can adapt pretty well. And I saw his girl Kristina was a pretty quick learner too. She had a good match just prior to this one.
Jeremy, did you watch any of the Lukas Earl Strickland match a couple weeks ago?
I did not. That one I missed.
Did you hear anything about it? Do you know how that went, or?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, so they played a race. It was 20 or 21?
It was 20.
And Lukas won 20-9 or 20-11 or something? Was that? That sound right?
20-9, and he, by the way, he just tried to develop that 7 ball and made it maybe a little bit worse. Valiant effort, but yes, he beat Earl, and I got to say he put on what I thought was a breaking clinic. Lukas did just phenomenal breaking, and he was running out quite a bit. And just as soon as I said that,
oh, perfect,
he ends up with the trick shot that might lead to breaking up the 7. He might be able to draw down.
I think he can land below it on our side of it, on the bottom side of it, and play it straight where he's standing.
Yeah, I think the kiss shot may go also. I think the 7 may play.
Off the 9? Yeah.
Probably don't want to get down there kind of trapped, though, so you may just slide over and play the safety running the cue ball off the 7.
He gets a little tap on it. How's that?
Wow.
If he doesn't have it, he's certainly got a stone cold safety here.
Chip the 7 and put him behind the 9, I'm
He
suspecting.
might do that jack up spin shot. Oh no, he has an angle going that way.
Can we see anything more
He
from
feels
him?
like he can make it.
How perfect was that?
This is not bad either.
Jeremy, I'm going to put you on the spot a little early here. What do you got for score predictions, especially after knowing the Lukas winning 20-9 against Earl Strickland a few weeks ago?
Yeah, and I always talk about you never know when kids are gonna. I call him a kid. He's 22 now. Is that right? Or 21? 22 or 21?
21.
20?
Yeah, Lukas
21.
21. Yeah.
Okay, so still a kid to us. You never know when they're going to turn the corner quickly. And, you kind of suspect it's going to happen for Lukas even more so than he's already done. So after hearing the 1 on the spot alternate break, I figure this to be a very tight match. Somewhere where one player gets to 14 or 15 while the other one gets to 20, I would say at least. Now, you got to suspect Fedor Gorst is the favorite to do that. But, 9-ball 1 on the spot, if you're confident, it sounds like Lukas is, can certainly win this match.
Yeah, and they're playing on 4-inch pockets too, so it's you got to play pretty good to run out.
Now, it looks like, is that a Gold Crown 2?
3.
3, okay. So the shells on that aren't quite as deep as the Gold Crown 1s back in the day, but still 4 inches is going to play very difficult.
Yeah, I've played on this table quite a few times. It definitely can be a little frustrating. It's not as bad as the diamonds, 4-inch pocket diamonds, but it's still got to be careful on these pockets.
Got a bit of a stretch here on the 1 ball, but at least something to get started with.
Lukas can, when he needs to, he can go to the opposite hand. He plays very well left-handed.
I notice also they're playing with triangle rack instead of a template. So that throws another variable in there, which anytime you're talking about maybe someone that's slight underdog, the more variables, usually the better.
Very true.
Like in a football game, if you have weather, that always helps an underdog. Just anything you throw out of the norm, which is hard to say that a triangle rack is out of the norm, but it seems like these days it is.
And it just makes one more thing for the favorite to have to cope with.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't mind the human element, really.
Well, also, I mean,
As far as the referee racking.
how many times has Fedor played a one on the spot tournament the last year?
Well, I suspect that was maybe something Lukas brought up, but of course, I think these guys are probably playing Turning Stone soon. I think that's maybe, is that one on the spot still?
No, I think Turning Stone is 9 on the spot.
Okay.
It's not. I think it's 9 on the spot rack for each other with a triangle rack. I could be. I know it's definitely rack for each other triangle rack. I'm just not 100% on 1 or 9 on the spot. I'm pretty sure it's 9 on the spot though.
Well, Lukas looks good to go up 2-0, and does.
So we were talking, earlier how Lukas and Fedor have only played one other time, and it was in the semifinals of a matchroom ranking event in Virginia, and Lukas got the best of Fedor there, 11-7.
Yeah, that memorial event, right?
Yep. Yeah, so I don't know, that could be playing in Fedor's head a little bit, He definitely doesn't want to lose to him twice. And Lukas might be a little confident too, having the win against him. And it was in the semifinals of a relatively big tournament, so that's a good win there.
Well, speaking of confidence, I think what must it be like to be Fedor Gorst, that he's traveling quite a bit, and for instance, right now he's stopped here. What a treat for him to stop by Yale Billiards, and on his way, of course, to Turning Stone, where he's going to defend his crown. And when he's done at Turning Stone, he's going to turn around and head back down to DCC, where he was the reigning master of the table, winner of the Banks division and 9-ball divisions. So he's probably not the underdog in the confidence department, I would say.
Life is good for all of us, but especially Fedor Gorst doing really well. And I've been around him a lot of late. He's a hard worker. He's always thinking. So I think he puts himself in positions to win, and then not afraid to take it down either.
Yeah, you certainly had a lot of opportunity to spend quality time with him on the with everything to do with the Moscone.
Wondering if he'd pick up the pace after that first break. What looks like another dry break for Fedor.
Are we able to switch to the overhead view?
Yeah, I was just doing it as you said it. Yeah, try to see what he has available here.
Like he's just going to lay on top of the one, maybe real softly. Can he go by the pink, chipping the one? This is the shot I was, like that.
Yeah, the overhead can kind of tricky there. It looks like it isn't there, but it is.
Yeah, but some of them they'll cast make the ball just a little bigger, it seems, from the overhead, and makes you not think that one ball would go by that other ball, but it did.
He's going for the one rail hit. Looks like he's got it. No.
Smart to play it soft, though. I mean, because you keep accuracy usually, and first off, and then also the way you're coming at that ball, you'd have to really chip it to sell out a shot. If you hit it any kind of full, you're probably going to return a safety for Lukas of some sort. But all Lukas so far here early, huh, guys?
Yeah, he's looking pretty good.
Well, he also has a chance to get to 4-0 without Fedor getting back to the table.
I was surprised to see Fedor on that shot go the one rail. I thought for sure he'd go 2 rails. Fairly soft, but I thought the 2 rail hit he was going to go for. But he's way above my pay grade. So whatever he's doing at the table is probably the right thing.
I think when you're getting used to a table you've never really played on, and I think it's best to kind of judge off a simpler one rail kick. But this table does bank a little shorter than most gold crowns, just because it's a little springy. So maybe that's why he kind of banked it short there on the 3.
He has a nice shot here that's going to offer some natural coverage as he goes up for the 4 position. Quite a few balls that could serve as blockers if he needed it.
Yeah, those first couple racks for Lukas kind of set up to where he really didn't have to power the ball much. And you saw it there on the 3, need a little power, and maybe got a little quick with the stroke. Oh, Federer's going to get started here. Nice shot on the 3 and should get out. Guys are both playing at a nice pace, it seems like. Now, how far is Turning Stone from y'all's location?
What is it, Mike? About 3 or 4 hours?
I think it's closer to the 4-hour drive from there. Yeah.
Yeah, so not for a Texas boy. That's like right around the corner, huh?
Yeah, not far. Yeah, not too bad.
4 hours. Yeah.
Hey, that's not too bad for me anymore. I live in Florida now, so
yes.
You can drive 13 hours and be in Florida still if you go from like one end to the other, and even Texas more so.
Yeah, well,
Florida's a funny state. It's short to some places, but long to others.
Yeah, it's funny. Every weekend I have a choice of 9 different tournaments to play in the state of Florida, but 7 of them are 5 or more hours away, and it's just funny how that all works out. Because I grew up in Connecticut, and I can get to 6 different states within a couple of hours.
Yeah. So, are you back in Connecticut now, or are you remote as well?
I'm remote as well.
Okay.
I was in Connecticut in December for a couple weeks, visiting and playing in action and stuff. I just got back right before Christmas.
Well, I'll be down in Florida again about the second week in February, I believe, for 10, 12 days or so. Maybe I'll see you down there, Michael.
Yeah, you know what area you're going to be in?
I'll be all over teaching. Really kind of become a ritual now. I think this is the 5th year maybe of going there for a couple weeks and teaching every winter.
Well,
So
February is a good month for that.
What's that?
February is a good month for that. It's great weather here.
And it turns out it works out with the timing with other work. I'll be in, Tampa, Jacksonville some, Bradenton some. I'll be all over, actually.
Yeah, we'll have to set up something again for sure.
Yeah, hopefully your game's good.
Sometimes.
That's all of us, right?
Yeah, right.
So here you said it. You can get to 4-0 without Fedor getting back to the table, and real, especially with the break, the 2 dry breaks, could be a little bit of early frustration for Fedor.
Fedor ran out that last game there. Lukas missed.
Yeah, it's 2-1.
2-1.
Oh yeah. Excuse me. That's right. Pardon me.
Now, what Lukas did do on this break is he let up quite a bit. He didn't go with his standard powerful break, and he ended up with a nice spread. The 1 ball dressed up good enough to make it. I think this 3 ball goes, and he should be in pretty good shape. He'll have to work something out for the 5 ball.
Right in between, doesn't want to roll this too soft, but needs to put a little power if he's going to go around the table. And position on the 4 to get to the 5 was a little important. Very necessary. You guys are there. You may be able to tell if this ball goes. It looks like it's extremely difficult if it does.
How about that? That help us any? It looks pretty close.
I don't know if that goes, but I also feel like it's kind of the camera playing tricks. I want to say it does, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, I think you guys would be better off looking at Fedor probably to let him try to let you know if it goes or not by his body language.
Well, I also feel like he would have shot by now had it went. But he's also unfamiliar with the equipment, so sometimes in a spot like this, he's looking at the combo, it doesn't go.
Look very difficult, off angle, a little distance. I don't think you can really hit it with a lot of speed, or did you?
The 9 ball makes it a little weird because you might get hooked, playing the shot after the combo, unless you just hit it hard.
How do you do?
Well,
how do you do?
Well, he's not out of the woods yet. It's a little. That 5 does not go by the 8, right?
Yeah, the 5 is a problem. Yep.
Yeah, it may go by, but it's awfully tight, and I think the 3 is just as difficult as anything else. I think the 3 at 4-inch pockets, unless you're just leveling out and cutting this ball in, this is extremely difficult. Here you just kind of ice this ball and then evaluate from there, you think, fellas? Or
I was wondering for a moment if he could play that 5 off of the. Well, we're not going to find out now.
Oh wow!
If he could have played the 5 off of the rail 8, but that looked a little bit ambitious. Now it's.
I thought it was ambitious to try and put outside English on that 3 and try and get better on the 5. Really, I think just making the 3 and may end up with a nice safety behind the 8 or something like that. You know, of course, Fedor Gorst, like you said, one of the best bankers in the game. So a bank on the 5 may be a possibility as well.
Yeah. All a moot point now. Lukas is cruising.
You guys can give us some insight on young champion to be more of a champion, Lukas Fracasso-Verner. I mean, is he one that likes to practice by himself? Does he spar with certain players?
Well, nobody knows Lukas as well as Mike. They've been out so many times on the road together. What do you have to say about the insight on Lukas, Mike?
He's kind of a weird one. And by that I mean he doesn't really have a set routine. I feel like it changes often. I feel like there will be times where, you know, he wants to go there. He just wants to sit there and practice the break, or he wants to sit there and practice specific shots. But then there's also, you know, days or weeks go by where he doesn't do that by himself, and he'll only play if he's playing with somebody else.
Yeah.
You know, so he's not. And I feel like, Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong here. I feel like most pros are pretty particular and will have a, you know, kind of similar routine. And I feel like Lukas might be a little different in that matter.
Yeah, and I would say that I think most, if they can, want to spend a lot of times by themselves. Most of the top players. That way you kind of get the feeling of playing by yourself when you're in a match. But one thing I saw about Lukas that I commented on a podcast some 6 months ago or so, because I watched him play quite a bit, is it wasn't a set thing. Sometimes he played kind of slow and then sometimes real fast, and he would change it up quite a bit. And of course, that's just being a youngster trying to find himself. But I was kind of curious about his practice as well.
Excuse me just a quick second, guys. Everybody's taking note, I'm sure. This could be a quick rack if somebody can get into that 8 ball.
Yeah,
I don't think
probably ignore that, but
yeah, I don't think he has.
What do you think? Go behind the 7?
Yeah, I like banking the 1 and dragging the cue behind the 7.
He's worried about that side pocket. Maybe
hit that pretty good.
Really nice.
Left it.
Take a look at this overhead one more time.
That's actually kind of tricky to jump because I feel like you have to get it over pretty quick from the 7, but then you also have to clear the 4.
Or if I had to have that jump where what you were talking about was involved, I'd probably just go head on at the 1 instead of cutting it, probably. But because you're going to have a lot of power on this jump if you have to do both.
Is it possible to clip off the right side of the 1 and make the 8-9?
Maybe.
Is that
like
there?
Like the carom combo. Well, he just
Why
showed
do
us
that
how
when you can just
hit it clean as could be. Wow.
Oh.
Well, I don't know. You got to run and duck here. You're going to play a circus bank shot on the 2. What do you do here, guys?
Hey, what is the bank cross corner available?
I was thinking, can you play kind of a 2-way here? Can you drag kind of behind the 3 and play the 2 in the corner?
He made the circus bank shot. What a beautiful play that was.
Still got a lot of work. He's on the wrong side of the 3. 4 doesn't pass the 7, I don't think, anyways.
He just wants to get something to go into that 9 ball, I'm guessing. Would it be the 4 ball?
I might just drag this in and take a little cut on the 4, and then you got the 5 and just run out, I think. But he's going to kill it with inside.
Oh, look at
Try
that.
to.
Yeah, he did.
That's what I thought he was going to play that, but came out a little funny. Now, do you duck behind the 7 here?
I don't think so. I think I'm shooting at this. Even if I have to go one rail and kind of cannon into the 7 with the cue ball, I like my chances of making this.
And that'll keep you good for the 5 ball, right?
I mean, it doesn't have to if you catch the 7 thin. Oh, it looks like he's going somewhere else, maybe straight back.
He might be banking it, yeah.
Playing a bit of a two-way with the speed is what he was hoping.
Look where it ends up.
Yeah, this table plays a little springy, which shortens up the banks, and it also, the ball's playing a little faster off the rail, so he wasn't expecting the 4 to come all the way back to the side pocket.
Yeah, if you want to learn something about that rack, the 3 ball he had in the side, I don't know if you remember with the inside English.
Yes.
You want to play that with inside, but not so much high on the ball. Like go ahead and hit around the equator and let the ball deflect a little more down the rail, and then it'll have more spin left on it as well. Because he had plenty of angle to move it. He didn't really need the high ball, but just more about the inside spin, I think.
Careful. Yeah, he's good. A little straight.
Did the 8-9 move at all, or is it still lined up pretty good? Because if not, he can bump it here, but I don't think he has to. Yeah, I think it's wired pretty good in the corner there.
Yeah, he's looking pretty loose.
Jeremy, do you think Fedor? Because I'm not there, but I think Chicken can confirm here. There's a room full of people rooting for Lukas. I'm sure most of them are. Do you think does that bother Fedor at all? Do you think that has any? Is there any nerves at all into this for him, or?
No, I mean, I think if you asked him the same question, I think he would just simply answer, no, that they're supposed to root for Lukas. He appreciates that. He's just that kind of guy. And weird that the subjects come up all the time and you want to hear different people's opinion. And his is always just kind of on point. Never something to stress over. No, I think he would, he would want it that way, kind of like, really. I mean, he wants to kind of like build his fans, so he wants to win them over himself. So,
Gotcha. Well, and he just, went into a different country with a bunch of, thousands of fans rooting against him. So I'm sure, sure this isn't, not the same.
Oh, and like the opening with Bobby that Lukas, I'm sure will make Mosconi cut teams, and hard to say that Fedor Gorst won't be on them teams with him. So, anytime those guys, even in a competitive nature, you build a lot of respect for each other and get to know each other more. And I think it's a good thing for these two.
He sped that one up just a little bit. 1 ball's dressing up pretty good.
Really, the 1 ball looks like the shot of the rack. The 2 won't be so easy, but you knock the 1 in, come above the 8, a couple rails over by that side pocket on the top of your screen. That should do. This is the difference in a 4-inch pocket, in my opinion. Like shots like, there's a lot of shots. Just shots like these, the opener, not hard, but it's not easy. But put it on the 4-inch pocket becomes a lot more demanding.
Right. Well, in the balls like this, you like to, especially the guys used to playing on the new felt, you get to rub the rail a little bit. And on this table, you can't really rub the rail. So like, there, Lukas didn't want to rub the rail, so he overcut it.
I talked about it. I think the stroke helps it a lot. Don't worry so much, So, and that's what happens after you play for a little while. You knock some balls in. You don't worry. You start to just trust what you're looking at, and just try and make the best stroke you can. Fedor's got a pretty demanding first shot here to get on the 2, I think.
Coming short.
Have to go.
I wonder, how does the 2-6-7 look? Is that even playable?
How's the 2 off the 6 look to the lower left corner? I think I think you might play both here, right?
Yeah, I think both lines up pretty good.
Thing is, he's got to cut the 2 a little bit, so you can't kill it and hold position, I don't think. Safety.
We were talking a moment ago about pressure and being under the big lights and being in another country with a lot of fans screaming. Jeremy, I wanted to ask you, because I've looked in on your career from time to time. I'm certainly a fan of yours. And when you were pressed into action a couple of years ago, because Earl wasn't able to play, I always felt for you with that situation that you got into an unbelievable safety battle with David Al-Kaidi. And I don't know if you'd consider that one of your highlights of your career, or certainly it was one of the biggest moments of your career. That was an amazing last rack at 4-4. How was the pressure cooker maybe that you were under the big lights at the Mosconi Cup? How'd that feel at that time?
By then, I was fine. I was really not that bad nervous at all. You know, I might have questioned at times, you know, how overall my game was, because I hadn't played at that time in like a long time. But day one was very nerve wracking for me. But then after that, I felt like I settled in real well, and probably should have played my lineups a little differently the way I knew I felt. But that was a great experience with David. I mean, David's a class act champion, and you know, I still have never shot that shot yet. I've never set it up, the one I had the time foul on.
Oh man.
Yeah, but you know, I wouldn't change a thing besides maybe that having a chance to shoot that shot. But you know, getting to play with those guys and compete was something special. I played in many Mosconis and always loved the pressure. And I'm happy to say I felt like I handled it pretty well, besides that dumb brain fart I had. So,
how does it feel, the Mosconi Cups as of recently, like in comparison to the ones that you played in? Early 2000s, right?
Yeah, my first was 99. My last was 08, as far as, you know, qualifying for points or captain's pick. You know, the pressure, I think, was very similar, because, you know, when I played, we played York Hall, only 600 or 700, but they're absolutely right on top of you. And they were crazy fans. And then I think the first year in Vegas was a little mild there in 03 and at the MGM, but it was still pretty good overall. And then Malta was a little quiet as far as the fans in 2008. But the pressure is still there, you know, the TV and, you know, the buildup and everything else. But I think one thing that people don't give credit to Team America back then is Team Europe had some really damn good teams. And so, of course, they've come along as far as the rankings and how much better the complete team is. But I was saying to someone the other day, they asked about that 12-1 victory we had. And, you know, that European team had Ralph Souquet, Mika Eminen, Nils Fan, Marcus Shamat, Steve Davis, and Steve Knight.
Right, all in their prime.
Right. Exactly. And Steve Davis never dogged it. You know, even though I know he's a snooker player, but you saw how well he did in the World 9-Ball Championships a couple of times. So, you know, those things can happen when a ball gets rolled in the right way, just like it did this past December and there in London. And so, you know, but yeah, I mean, to answer your question, Bobby, they're a little different now. I mean, there's a little more, of course, the atmosphere, but I think the pressure has always been pretty similar.
The Mosconi, Jeremy, that you were referring to with Steve Davis, was Ronnie O'Sullivan also on that team?
Ronnie played on some of the real early ones.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is when it started to really get the top players in the game, you know, and
yeah,
and you know, I love our female players, but it had turned for a few years to just all male teams. So yeah, I think Ronnie was on the 94, 95 when it first started.
Okay, earlier, yeah.
Yeah, with Jimmy White. And some of the guys on our team that didn't play later on. Lou Butera was on that team. Vivian Villarreal. I think Eva did. I don't think Eva played. But yeah, a few of the ladies played. I think maybe even Allison played one of those early years. So.
Fedor's starting to look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and I was thinking about for both these guys, this is a great warm up to the tournament. You know, you're playing on very demanding pockets, so that'll get your attention every shot. In fact, just better and better from both these players. Now, the Northeast, way back in the day when you didn't go on the road to the Northeast too often. Because the action wasn't quite as much as the South. Here he's on the 50 a little bit, huh?
Yeah, he came short on that one.
Yeah, but back in the day, I was going to say it used to be really heavy gold crowns up in that area. Is that still the case, or is Diamond kind of taking over?
We still don't have diamonds, Jeremy. It's everywhere.
Okay.
Everywhere you go up here, pretty much is still playing on gold crowns.
Yeah, I can't think. There's 2 pool rooms in New Hampshire that have all diamonds. All the ones in New York and Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, all with the exception of maybe 1 or 2 tables here and there. They're all gold crowns or similar.
They had that nice place over, where was it, Mike? Nyack? Was it called the Spot or something? They had a bunch of diamonds in there, but they ended up going
that
out.
place closed. Yeah, Rafael DeBreo used to manage that place. Yeah,
right. That's right.
I think it was
Rafi.
Spot,
Rafi
right?
moved to Japan, huh? He owns a pool room in Japan now, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, I think he's doing good. He's
I think Society Billiards has all diamonds there in Manhattan. I think that's the only one I know of in New York.
Oh, the one that you go downstairs?
Yeah.
Jude Rosenstock's old place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never been to that room. I've been to New York a lot of times with Lukas and others with a bunch of games. I've never heard of that room before.
It's a nice room. You go down the stairs from the street level, and
they don't have like a bunch of 3 cushion tables, do they?
No.
No. It's all 9 foots. It's they got quite a few 9 foots also. Actually, Nick Schulman is.
Yeah, the poker
Nick
player.
Schulman.
Yeah.
He's part owner of that pool room.
Really?
Yeah, he's not there much, though. Of course, he lives in Vegas, but
right.
Yeah, it was him and a nice guy named Jude Rosenstock. He was big in 14-1, and I think Jude went down, and he's lived somewhere near Skinny Bob's, because I know that he had made a few posts maybe on AZ Billiards about having gone down there and played out at Skinny Bob's.
Doesn't he live down that way?
Yeah, Jude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He moved there from New York, but he was a part owner in the Society Billiards.
Yeah, I think that room's at like maybe 22nd and Broadway, something like that.
I don't remember. It's somewhere near Midtown, but I don't remember exactly what streets.
Well, stroke looks to be settling in for Mr. Fedor Gorst.
Yeah, that's not good news for Lukas.
Did Lukas break dry there?
I don't remember.
He had a dry break there.
Yeah, I was caught up in our conversation there. I was trying to think of the pool room you were talking about, and I know Fedor broke and ran the last game.
And Fedor is a prime example of what I kind of leaned on in my game and what I was talking about earlier, where pros like to practice by themselves, because you can kind of see where he's fallen into just that working mode, and that's what you get into with that practice, putting in that quality practice. And then what also happens when you do that, kind of starts to not think about much of anything else. You don't really think about the score near as much, the situation. And that really helps in tournament play, kind of taking away those distractions.
Yeah, I do like when you're playing a big match and you just fall into the zone where you're not thinking of anything and you're just kind of walking around and just doing what you know what to do. It's just everything just comes automatic and you're just zoned in, and that's the best feeling. I wish you can just turn that on, whenever you wanted, but it's a lot harder. Easier said than done.
Well, I think that he, that's what I was saying about myself is I really leaned on my routine. That's what gets you there, So once he starts checking his work and getting behind the ball, going looking the object ball, the hole, that starts getting you in your routine of your work. And then, like, I always talk about it's like a long day at work when you don't have anything to do, your mind will wander and everything else. But when you're busy, it seems like the clock goes fast, at work. And same thing here. Keeps you really tuned in when you're over there doing those little things, instead of just walking around to the cue ball, over and over and over. So
The natural autopilot.
well, kind of get your mind engaged. That's all.
Yep.
Tied at 4 apiece.
Oh,
there goes the one.
A one ball snuck in with a little kiss there, and he has a chance of making the 2 and the 9 here. The 3's laying in a good spot where you can kind of, you can play the 2-9, make sure you make the 2, and you're almost guaranteed some kind of look at the 3 ball.
Like a free roll here on the 9.
And the runout's there too. I believe the 6-8 goes. So I mean,
he disregarded the 9 ball the whole way.
Was there something we were missing there, Jeremy? What was his thought process there?
He didn't want to roll it like real light. Okay, with those cuts from a little distance, most players wouldn't want to just dead roll it where you're going to the 9 softly. And I think if the way he wanted to shoot it with a high ball with a little speed, he felt like the cue ball was going to continue off the 9, maybe towards that upper left-hand corner. So I just don't think it sat right for him. Like if
like
the
he was
ball's
going to clip
over an
the
inch
right
one way or
side of
another,
it.
I think he shoots at it. You know what I'm saying? So just one of them shots where it didn't size up exactly how he wanted it.
Well, and I like how he banked the 2 ball towards the 6-8, and that kind of almost forced Lukas to break it out, and now Fedor's off running here.
Yeah, I didn't really see exactly. I was watching, but didn't see exactly what cost that cue ball from not traveling up table for Lukas. A little too thick hit on the 3, maybe?
Yeah, it absorbed a lot of the energy of the cue ball, and I think he was also being mindful that he didn't go into the purple 5, and he went just past it. But yeah, the ball took all the energy out of the cue ball.
And what happens also is people always say, "Oh, you got to commit." Well, it's not that Lukas didn't commit. He just didn't make sure he was committed. Maybe some things were on his mind before he pulled the trigger. Like you were saying, that 5 ball, you got to consider it's there, but then after, once you consider it, you can't worry about it anymore, or at least as best you can, try not to worry about it. Gonna get pretty straight.
Yeah, well, when you're in a situation like that where you're worrying about something else, that's where you can kind of either get quick with the stroke or, decelerate sometimes as well. So it kind of maybe he did a little bit of both on that shot.
Does he go into the rail?
Yeah,
a little bit here.
Draw on this one. Only problem with this is you could land on the rail straight.
He's got enough to work with here.
He'll got a lot of work though. Can he come one rail between the 8 and 9? Too flat.
I think he's gonna land. He's gonna go 2 rails, like a flat 2 rails, and land kind of near the opposite side pocket, and kind of take a thicker cut on the 8, or a thinner cut on the 8. Sorry.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
It's the ball so good.
He's still a tiny bit flat, but he's got a little bit to work with. he pounded that one pretty good, and he still went a little under speed. He's done that a couple of times.
So
in
this table, when you the two short rails, if you hit one rail off of it, it springs a lot more and it's a lot quicker. When you go two rails, it doesn't go as much off the second rail. So I think Fedor's hitting some of these two rail shots as if it's gonna spring off of it, but it doesn't. On this table, it's a little funny when you're going two rails. I noticed that when I was there last time.
Yeah. Yeah, you played quite a bit on this table.
Yeah, I had a bunch of matches there.
Nice to stay in action.
Yeah, I was in a lot of it. I was in Connecticut for 10 days, and I had an appointment, as I like to call it, almost every day of the week. I went up to Maine for quite a large match. I had a couple at Yale Billiards there.
You had one in New Hampshire or Vermont on the way back through.
No, it was just Maine that you're thinking of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had one the next night, Thursday night.
I do Thursday night.
Was it Bo or no?
No, that was going to happen, but that never did actually happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
We were talking a few minutes ago about Rafael DeBreo and him opening up a room in Japan, and he's doing well, we figure. But I would like to give a shout out to all of our friends in Japan. If anybody's listening, they're having some. Well, what a break! They're having some terrible times over there right at the moment with big earthquake activity. And I just saw another big disaster they had on at one of their airports with an airplane, big jetliner coming in and hitting one of their Coast Guard planes.
Really?
Oh yeah. Bad week for Japan for sure.
I couldn't hear about the other.
Yeah, I only heard about the that earthquake there on early New Year's Day, and then obviously the possibilities of some tsunamis and stuff from that.
Yeah.
Lukas has got to tighten up a little bit here. He's kind of, he's lost a few games in a row, and I liked him to take an extra minute or two, in between shots here, just to really, you don't want to give up any more of a lead here, or not give Fedor any more of a lead, I should say.
Alternate break can be a very heady kind of format, especially if you fall behind 4 or 5 games, playing another top player. Kind of feel like, can I make this comeback? I certainly can, of course. That's the same way you got behind in games is the same way you can get them back. But if one of these players get 4, 5, 6 games behind in this alternate break and see how they react.
Yeah, I liked Lukas there. He kind of stood there for about, 5 or 6 seconds, just chalking his cue, just looking at it. He didn't just hop right down and shoot the ball right away, because I'm sure he's antsy. He hasn't really had too many offensive goes at it the last, 3 games here.
Well, is he going to take on the combination on the 3-8? Doesn't look like he has too many options besides that.
Yeah, that combo's a hanger for Lukas. This kid shoots combos like really, really well.
And you want to try and draw and get as close to it as possible, right? Yeah.
I don't mind being on that side, because you can kind of slide the cue ball out a little bit, so you're almost guaranteed a shot no matter where the 3 goes, and the 3 probably doesn't go too far either in this spot.
Nicely done.
Nothing easy still. 3 to the 4, then all the way back down for the 5, then back down for the 7. So lots going on in this rack, and if you fall on the rail, could be problems.
Wonder, can he come 3 rails, like a full Z kind of?
Watch out, 9 ball.
Got rail. That's the real problem, I think. Yeah.
I didn't think he had enough, but I think he can slide over here.
Yeah, he's probably going to dig down a little bit, right, Mike?
Yeah, you don't even have to. Oh, it looks like he's pointed that part of the side pocket. I'm surprised. I think he's just going to slide. He only needs to get to about the side pocket.
Yeah, he's digging down a little. He had enough angle, but it altered his accuracy. And Jeremy, that seems to go right back to what you were talking about not getting too close to those cushions. That's a big deal.
Yeah, and when you have a rack where you have to go up and down the table, that's where falling on the rail, you're real susceptible to it just because, you get just a little out of line. You got to, shoot maybe to where you don't know exactly 100% the speed. And, it was just a tough rack. And that first one falling on the rail led to falling on the rail on the second one and then cost a miss. Right here, does he go 2 up and down? He just kind of float it. I don't think he goes to the side rail here. Maybe just a little inside, 2 rails up and down. Oh, he did go to the side rail. Nice shot.
Look at how he
Get a little
developed
flick
it.
on the 9.
He's going to wave that he's sorry, and none of us are ever really that sorry.
Fedor plays shots like that very often. I see him do cut shots and he'll come around 4 rails or in that spot 3 rails. Like I feel like he plays that often. He does that more than at least coming around like when you cut a ball and you have to come around 4 rails kind of back to the same side of the table. He plays that shot more than any other pro that I've seen. And I feel like that just like is that like a confidence in just hitting the ball harder that he likes doing that?
Well, he'll use a little more towards the center of the cue ball sometimes, but most of the players, what it is if they're on the fence, excuse me, with speed, they're going to go with the little more aggressive side of things usually to let the stroke out. Just like on a simple shot, instead of coming 1 rail off, you go to that second rail, coming just back and forth on a shorter shot. But yeah, normally it's a confidence thing a little bit, but more of a preference, I think, as well.
What you were talking about, Jeremy, about avoiding that side rail, you thought he would avoid the side rail? What you were suggesting sounded like more of a safer way to go. And he almost got in trouble for hitting that side rail.
Yeah, but again, these guys are at the table. Those little things that they see, the angle's a little better than our coverage is, and that's everyone's coverage. It seems like, those guys make a little better decisions at the table. So it can just take 1 inch really to make a big difference on which way you're going to go with it.
Sure.
So, but it didn't look like he had to apply a lot of spin to get to that side rail. So hard to argue the way he played it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
He'll try to get the second rail here, but the 8 might be keeping him. Oh, geez. It's uncharacteristic. He's a pretty darn good kicker.
You don't see too many players at his level missing a kick shot, let alone by that much.
All right, looks like the 4-5 is very playable. Not sure, but I think so.
And the 6 does have that corner pocket if he gets to that, if it doesn't get moved before then.
Well, he also has the other side pocket as well. I believe if he has to follow up the 4 ball in the corner there.
Try to develop it.
And get
Surprised he's not looking at this cross side.
What would you have spun it? You would spun it with inside English and through the 4 ball into the cross side and have the cue ball go down and back?
Well, I mean, it looked like a pretty hanger bank, but the thing is, right, with these kicks and these safeties, he's won some easy games. So Lukas has got to kind of change his mentality on that as far as Fedor. Make some good kick shots, kind of scrape together a few games off these safeties of Fedor. And then Fedor may say, well, he's getting out all these safeties. Maybe I'll open up and go for a bank like that. But that didn't seem like a very difficult bank to me. But if he continues to get ball in hand, why would he ever go for a bank, correct?
Lukas has not given him a reason to go for that bank yet. No. Agree 100%.
No way Fedor tries to get him on 3 here, right?
I wouldn't say no.
I
wouldn't say no way.
Has to. Yeah, it kind of has to, actually. Yeah.
I wouldn't say no way. He's going for it.
what a mental this would be. You know, Federer's on 5 games in a row, and if he wins a 6 on a 3 foul, I think Lukas needs to
He
maybe
wants
take
to
a
hit
couple
this with
minutes
a
if
pretty
that
good
happens.
pace to come back and forth. He didn't lock him up as much as he could have or should have.
Yeah, and he left a 4 in a pretty easy spot.
I thought he was going to get behind the blocker balls and lock him onto that 7.
You go, Jeremy, to guarantee you hit the ball here, do you go the second rail behind it, or you try to go second rail behind it makes it much bigger, right?
I probably hit before the side though, not knowing the table, making sure on 2 and curve into a little bit. You know what I mean? I hate to whiff this ball trying to go past the side, but I don't know the table.
Oh well.
Nice shot.
Okay, so he did play it intentionally, just 1 rail. See, I would have played it short and came up and kicked behind it.
Well, that's a lot of nerve he had there because I think he really designed to try and put the ball over there where he's put it with the cue ball up. So being on 2 fouls, that's shown a lot of resolve from a young Lukas Verner.
Yeah, he's
because he could have that ball could have maybe linked and got under it, and he doesn't get a rail, and he serves up ball, loss on 3 fouls. All right, he's trying to shade this, or maybe he's trying to hit it thick and knock it down and come across to the other rail and back behind these balls. So trying to shave it like that, hoping it doesn't lay over the side.
I'll bet you a nickel Lukas goes for the bank.
Yeah, if there's someone that likes banking as much as Federer, I would say, Lukas.
He's right there with him.
Lukas loves to bank the ball.
You do with a cue ball, though. Doesn't set up that well for position, and you're not the type of bank you want to slow roll. Not the type of bank you really want to hit real hard because you lose a lot of accuracy. I don't know.
I'm wondering if the 7 ball's a big ball with the cue ball.
It shouldn't be.
I feel like you can hit it kind of soft. I think with this way the table plays.
He's going to get it in that. Oh! Well, he played it 2-way.
Yeah, he played the
goodness gracious.
Good old timing shot safe.
I think Lukas wasn't convinced about the position either. He just went in and decided to play with speed, hoping to get around the table.
I think he just was hoping to make it and would kind of just play what the table gave him after. See, the 6 of the 7 is going to be a little funny. You're not guaranteed to get out, even if you get a shot on the 4.
You can play the 6 though. You see the line the 4's on now? You can play the cut on the 6 from that line where the cue ball,
Yeah.
So between the 8, 9, that offers the cut on the 6 to come around for the 7. That would be my position on the 6 if possible.
I mean, or if you land kind of flat on the 5, you can roll up and play the 6 on the side. I
Hard
guess
to
is
get
the
shape,
only
though.
other.
Hard to get shape with the 6 on the side with the 8 being there. You'd have to play an underneath angle to go the long rail on the top of the screen and then spin over with like a right English maybe, but
Lukas just going to float the cue
little shot
ball
on the
behind
side. Oh, he's playing safe.
That was a
Leave window.
nice play. Oh, can he spin that? I don't think he can.
No, I think Federer is just ball in hand here with his jump cue, pretty much.
Yeah.
I think he's just wondering how he's going to play shape.
Come around that 5, yeah.
You might have to, what do you come 2 or 3 rails here, just not hit the 7? Or he
Nah,
might
with
draw.
the jump,
He might draw.
with the jump cue, I think he's going to dig and draw. He may get long distance by the head string, but that's the favorable way to make the ball to where he probably doesn't miss it. If he tries to go forward running with the jump cue, he can do it, but it does make it missable. Oh, wow. He didn't get over it.
That was pretty surprising. Yeah.
I would have lost my house had I had a bet on that.
Yeah, that was funny.
I mean, you think he at least hits the 4 ball there 99 out of 100 times, and that's the one time?
Yeah, I wish I could have seen like the actual strike of the ball on that one just to see, the way it acted, it's almost like he didn't hit the cue ball how he wanted. You know, if you miss it on a jump, it gets weak and it doesn't get up. So I don't know if I've seen him not get over the ball before, but it wasn't that easy. It was a very difficult one.
Maybe a miscue. You know, we don't have audio out there on the table, so maybe didn't strike it well, or
Little thin here, not bad.
I think you have to go 2 rails. I don't know if you can kill it on this table.
He killed it.
Not that good. Well, yes, yeah. How Jeremy mentioned earlier, you know, if there's a little as an inch difference between what we think we see here and what they see there, it makes all the difference on how they play the shot.
Absolutely. We even have it in here, and you've been in here too, Mike. Firsthand, you see that from one monitor to the next monitor, it looks different sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
You know, and it's funny when I play my matches. You know, I played many matches on the stream, and I would go back and listen to the commentary, and I'll remember certain situations, and I'll hear the commentators say, "Well, why didn't he go that way?" And in my head, I'm like, "Are you guys crazy? That wasn't even possible." Yeah, it's like
it wasn't on. Yeah, get it.
Yeah.
No, we acknowledge that from time to time just to make sure people know that what we see on the monitors isn't always what they're seeing in real life at the table.
Hey, I want to give one quick shout out here to McDermott Cues, the brand new sponsor of the Shark Stream.
What a great pickup that is. They've been around forever. I know Jim McDermott was quite a stand-up guy, and that's a wonderful thing that they're together with the Shark Stream.
They got a lot of big things coming 2024.
Was forever trying to arrange fun stuff for us, so it's been a good ride so far. We'll see where 2024 goes. All right,
Jeremy, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
If you had to pick one pocket match, what 2 players would you pick to play? You had
For them to play each other, you mean?
Yeah, like whether it is, I guess a mixture of the best matchup, closest matchup, and like one that would have the most fan attraction. I guess kind of like give me the best mixture of all of those. You can pick 2 players.
For guys that are playing today.
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Yeah.
Yep. Maybe potential future matchup on this live stream here.
Yeah.
What's the big emphasis, Mike? Fan appeal, something that would have the most appeal to fans?
I think fan appeal, like if you have to have a pie chart here with fan appeal, closest game, things like that. I feel like the fan
entertaining.
Yeah, fan appeal. I feel like would have to take up most of that. Because the reason I'm asking is for the sake of the Shark Stream here and to grow the subscription service and all of that. So I was just asking if I guess fan appeal for the reason I'm asking would be the most important aspect.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you got, of course, Lukas right there that plays right there in your room, so that's a big part of it. The other guy at the table right now, on a fan appeal, also plays the game of one pocket pretty well.
He certainly does.
Yeah, I one of the players that I always felt like got a lot of appeal is Scott Frost for one pocket. I like his game, the way he plays it. The nitty players, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. Maybe not so much so fan appeal, where all the balls get pushed up table every game. That's not so appealing. But some of the players that still play at the top level but still play aggressively, those are fun players to watch. Tony Shonian, of course. Yeah, Scott Frost, Alex Pagaline. I think Fedor's gonna get in that group, if not already there. I think Scott Frost and Alex Pagaline would be a great match, to be fair. They played several times before.
Was Scott getting like 9-8 or something, or 8-7?
He may have gotten 9-8 at one time or another. I know they played even a few times. I really think if Scott plays his game, it's a much closer match than maybe some people think, but I think he's a guy that can keep up. I personally think if Scott plays the way he's capable of playing, and I'm not saying back in his 23rd when he was 30, I'm talking about right now that I've seen, I think he can give Alex Pagline a better match than Tony can.
Really?
I think he matches up better against him.
So is that's just that specific matchup? Now you're saying if Tony and Scott play each other, you're not saying that. Wow, what a mistake that was. Sorry to stop mid sentence there, but
it was just a horrible angle to scratch on. But obviously,
I think
it was possible. Yeah.
I think he decelerated in the stroke there a little bit.
I agree 100%, Michael. That's what I saw in the stroke. Just as I was talking, it looked like a little let up there. But again, me and you are both remotely doing this remote, so who knows?
I am too. Just so you know, I can't see the table live. I'm inside of a soundproof booth with no windows, just looking at the monitors.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Jeremy, you've never been to this pool room, huh?
No, I haven't. I looks like a good chance I'll be coming that way in March for maybe a couple weeks. So
come on up, Jeremy. Come on up. First beers on me.
Yeah. I think the upper Northeast, I'll be there maybe 2-3 weeks in March. So
we're gonna run a commercial real
maybe
quick.
some tournaments and then some teaching. But what were we talking about? Oh, we were talking about Scott Frost and Alex Pagline, right?
Yeah.
And Tony.
Yeah. So yeah, what I was saying was you're not necessarily saying that if Tony and Scott match up, that Scott's a favorite, but you're just saying you like the play style matchup of. You're saying like Scott has a better chance of beating Alex than Tony, pretty much is what you're saying.
Yeah, I really feel like it takes somebody that runs the balls, and Tony runs the balls, but I think Scott runs the balls better if he's in form. I think he can anticipate some things really well, and like you said, I'm not saying that Scott's a favorite over Tony. I just like the matchup, let's say day in, day out, because Tony certainly could rob anyone. At any time, so
right.
Oh, nice break off there. Not much of a shot.
Well, there's a good safety lane here for sure. You can kind of bury the cue ball on the 7.
Yeah, the 7-4
Yeah, this is
area.
I probably take my time here a little more. When they're real good to bury them, you want to make sure you do, and he's done real well. 2-rail kick here off the short cushion on the right side of your screen.
Yeah, he gave up that kick. He wanted it more kind of.
I'm looking at his 2-rail.
Oh, he is going 2 rails. He's looking off that 2-rail. All right,
I knew that was Joe. I knew that was a Joe Raccio draw right there. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Well, the way he pointed
to it, the way he pointed to it, it looked like that's where he was going first, not second. All right, so I'm going to listen to you guys more.
Yeah, Joe's the tech guy. I'm
going to listen to you guys a little more and try and figure out what you're saying.
Maybe you can learn something here with Jeremy commentating.
Sure. Is this the accent that's throwing you off, Joe?
No, I'm just I'm really bad with trying to figure out what exactly you're saying. Once I get it, then we'll be good.
It must be that Texas accent.
No, you mean no? Do you mean like you don't understand like as far as like?
That's a good defense, though.
Yeah.
Very good. And again, not really questioning anything risky, just keeping it simple. When the safety is necessary, he's done real well.
Three rails here, kick behind the 4.
Maybe 6 not in the way of that.
No, because I think he can
the 5 rather. I'm sorry, I thought that was a 6. It's the 5. I think he can get by it.
A lot of spin, right? Maybe you want to hit the second rail, maybe right before the second diamond, the middle diamond there on the second rail. I wish I can draw like Joe here.
I agree, Mike. Yeah, he can get there. So
yeah, he's gonna hit on the top long rail on the right, right of the side pocket on the top. He's gonna hit right before the second diamond. Oh, is he going this? He's going to
where he's going. He's taking a different route.
No, he's going that way.
He did that route.
Yeah.
He did that. It just, you know what? I've learned this also. When you're looking at the overhead view, when the guys come up to the table with their cue looks like it's aiming completely somewhere else.
Yeah,
it's just a weird. It's like an aspect thing on the overhead view.
Yeah, the overhead's a great view, except it is a little skewed, so can't really see exactly what they're doing.
Does he have to fall underneath the 8 for the 5 in the side here, or can he draw the ball above the 5, excuse me?
I think he draws it. Oh, no.
He's in real good shape here, actually.
I like the way he hit that ball.
His choice if he wants to go forward. He did.
You mentioned Lukas taking a little time, and he got a game back. He's about to go down by 2 again, but I agree that he could probably take a little few minutes and regroup a little bit and say, hey, first third of this match is done. We can play a little better the rest of the way.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing with Lukas, he can click, he can hit, just hit a gear in the middle of the set. And Lukas has usually been a guy where he doesn't start off necessarily the best, but right around maybe close to halfway through the set, usually Lukas really just comes out and just looks in form and he looks comfortable. And I'm kind of the same way. I usually start off kind of weak, and as the set progresses, that's why I prefer. Yo, I got a message. Someone said the score is 7-6. Is there any way you can confirm that? Like that camera angle there gives you kind of a nice view of part of the room here.
Oh, it's 7-6.
Yeah, I thought Lukas won a couple in a row there.
Yeah, so we got one game closer than we thought we were.
Get so caught up in talking, we're not, just don't pay attention sometimes.
Happens to me more often than not.
I like Lukas's body language a lot. I've played with Lukas so many times and watched him enough that I can tell the difference kind of when he's playing a little fast right now, and sometimes when he's playing fast it's bad, but I can tell by his mannerisms and everything he's feeling good.
He's feeling
right now.
Yeah. And both of these guys, I really love their demeanors at the table. They've just got really good manners and etiquette, and no big emotional roller coasters with these guys. They just get up, do what they have to do. If something doesn't work out, they just go back to their chair.
Lukas almost... Sorry, finish what you're saying?
No, it's just enjoyable to see how respectful they are of the game and how they conduct themselves.
What I was going to say is that Lukas almost has, too much patience and respect at the table. There's situations where someone's, either pulling a move or, doing something, and Lukas kind of just, I don't want to say lets it happen, but you know what I'm trying to say.
He rolls with it pretty good. Well, he's had a lot of that happen to him. I know you were with him often down at Steinway, where the guys weren't so polite while he's at the table taking a shot.
Yeah, it happens, and I think he's so used to it, and I feel like he almost expects something in a way. And You know, it's just I don't know. It's just funny. And which is good. I mean, he doesn't really let the things bother him. And nor does he get too emotional because I know if if an argument happens at the table, you kind of let out some of the adrenaline, and then once your adrenaline goes, you kind of feel like lethargic and you don't have that killer instinct anymore and all that. So it's good not to let out any emotions when you don't have to.
Well, I like to always point toward our Filipino brothers. They're bulletproof over there because the conditions they grow up in and what they play around. I mean, they have chickens landing on the table, people pulling up on a moped, placing a bet, the guy that comes over picking the bugs off the table.
That last ball snuck in again.
Oh.
Jeremy, do you have you ever played in the Philippines?
Oh yeah, I played. Probably made 7 trips to the Philippines, maybe something like that, 7 or 8.
When was the
played
last
the World
one?
Championships. I'm sorry.
When was the last one? Like how recent was the?
Oh, it's been a while, maybe 11 or 12 years ago, maybe something like that. But we played the World Championships there for 3 years back in the late 2000s. And I took a trip there with a couple players doing some exhibitions, and then, of course, just visiting the pool scene and the pool yachts and all the players over there. It was a great time. So really enjoyed it. Vietnam was, of course, another Southeast Asian country that was incredible this year at the World 9-Ball Tour. I'm sure y'all saw the fans and the packed stands and whatnot.
I watched.
It was amazing. Amazing, the turnout.
Jeremy, did you watch the documentary that Carl Boys made that he posted on YouTube?
One.
Carl Boys made like a little documentary with Jason Shaw that whole tournament.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, I watched some of it. Yeah.
That was a really cool video. I like that a lot, and it's cool that he followed him around the whole tournament and he ended up winning it. Just funny how that all worked out.
Yeah, him and Lawrence did all that work. And Carl just texted a little while ago. Going to be in America a little more this year, on with some of these tournaments. So,
is Carl playing Oscar in something? Is that match still happening? Isn't that happening like January or something?
I don't know if that ever developed. I think I heard I saw them talking about something, and but I don't think I ever saw it develop really.
Just a little bark.
Yeah.
Old.
All right. Didn't have a whole lot he could do as far as the safety options. Tried to drift him behind the 9, I think, but didn't leave anything easy for Lukas. Where you'll let the stroke out.
Yeah, you come, cut it in the bottom left here, and you go, 3 rails, and you maybe run into the 7 or the 9 off the 3rd one.
Yeah, from this angle tells me he may go with just a 2 rails towards going across the center of the table. It looks like to me, this is where it may fool me, but looks like to me you're maybe pushing it on this angle to get to the 3rd rail and back up. That's what I thought. Just come to 2 rails and.
Oh, that's not the angle I saw. Seemed much thinner, but you're I almost feel like you have like a different view because you commentate so much and you look at the screen so much you can kind of almost see when the angles aren't what they seem like on the screen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's certain ones that I definitely know of that will fool you. But didn't fool us. What a shot he made on that 3 ball.
When you do the matchroom events, do you have a view of the table, or do you only look from a screen, or a little bit of both?
It just varies depending on venue to venue. But they're set up second to none, really, and their cameramen are so good. They really keep on track of what's going on and what needs to be looked at. And of course, the producers on the floor are the ones that make all that happen. But it just depends. That looks like a little light to me. Going to end up a little thin.
Kind of like dug into it a little too much. Do you think that was more of the problem there than not necessarily the speed he hit it, but you think he just dug into the cue ball?
Maybe he was worried about getting straight and got into it a little too much. So he's worried about falling straight on the 8, wanted to make sure he came high, so he made sure he drew it. May go at the 9 here somewhat. Yeah.
I hit that. Lucas is going to take the lead here.
Yes,
that shows a lot. Shows a lot. Being Lucas started off with a lead, and then now Fedor got back and won. What was it, 4 games in a row or so to go up by a few, and then Lucas comes back and takes the lead again.
It didn't let it rattle him.
I feel like, I'm speaking for myself and probably a lot of people out there. If I'm playing Fedor and I had a lead and I let it get away in front of my home crowd, and then it's kind of tough to mentally kind of put it back together, but. I don't know. Lucas has been here before, almost.
Lucas he's very good. Sorry, he's very good about staying composed.
Helps being in the grease so much. He's always in action, always in tournaments. I think in the last month, Lucas has won like 4 tournaments in like 4 different states in the last month alone here.
Yeah.
At least, and that's not counting like weekly tournaments in Rhode Island that he goes to and stuff. I'm talking like. He won like 1 or 2 tournaments in Maryland, 1 in New York, 1 big one in New York last week. And I mean, he goes around and just wins everything everywhere. That definitely helps.
Guys, I just want to make a quick comment. Very sorry we had the chat. There was a problem with the chat. It's finally back on. So I see you guys are commenting. Sorry if we missed your input, but we're here. We can see you now. Hope you're enjoying.
That's a good point. I'm going to pull up the chat on my phone here so I can read any comments.
Thank you, Sean. How you doing, Joe? Oh, we're getting background noise.
Hey, is the door open to the booth?
Yep, we're fixing that.
Jeremy, Bo Powers in the chat says hello. He ran a match ranking event in Malden, Massachusetts. That was it. Sky and Billy got first, second in last year. I'm not sure if you remember that event.
Amazing billiards.
Yeah, Bo Powers in the chat just said hello to you. He's the one that runs that tournament. That just got confirmed again for this year.
That's March. Is that March 4th through March? I believe. Early March.
Mid-March. I could be wrong.
Mid-March.
But it's actually the McDermott Classic. Is that not what it is?
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I just didn't see the dates on it. Yeah.
I felt like it was like the 14th through the 16th. I could be wrong. I'm sure we'll get corrected in the chat here. 12th through the 7th. Wait. 12th through 17. Is it that many days? Oh, because I think is he doing like a 1 pocket in advance as well? Is that why?
I thought there was another event. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he added a 1 pocket this year.
Thank you very much, Tony. Well, he looks like he's in good shape here to get out. Nothing to prevent that.
No, just a little work from the 6 to the 7 to the 8. These next 2, not too tough, of course. We'll have to get down here decently on the 7 to make the 8 easy. A little short on it. Could have to work the cue ball. A lot of draw out of that. So I don't know. This is where the camera may fool you. Can he really pull this ball up the rail easily, or does he have to get a little on top of the 7? Taking a little more time, so he's a hair thinner than he probably wanted to be.
You never go back between the 7A and play the 7 on the side, right? I feel like you almost would never do that here. Oh, that's what he's doing.
That's where he's heading.
All right.
Well, if he would have went around and looked, I think he could have handled a shot on the 7, even if he had to go around the 9, a couple rails, or draw 1 rail over for the 8. I probably wouldn't have went past this unless I absolutely had to. But in the back of my mind, side pockets can get funny quickly if you get a little off angle. Taking this in the corner, guys?
I would play the corner. Just enough speed to not be stuck on the cushion. Nicely done.
How's the weather up there? Curious.
We don't.
Table seems to be playing pretty nice. Like maybe probably no rain or no precipitation in the area. Maybe.
We don't really know, Jeremy. We don't go outside anymore.
Oh yeah, y'all doing it remotely anyways, right?
Wait, no, but Chicken's there though. He's there.
I'm here. Yeah, the weather's
here.
actually it was a partly cloudy day. We haven't had precipitation in a little while.
Hey, Jeremy, Bobby Hilton in the booth real quick. I just want to say appreciate you coming on and doing the stream with us today. First time on the Shark stream. I know you commented a bunch of times, but to have you do commentary is an absolute pleasure, and we're really, really lucky to have you. Thank you very much for that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm enjoying it, and like I said, I think I'm going to make it up that way. What looks like maybe March, so hopefully I can make it by Connecticut.
That would be awesome. We'd love to have you. And I'll let you guys get back to work. Mike 2.0, good job as well. Kicking chicken, keep going doing what you're doing. I'll see you guys later.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bob.
Hey, Chicken, is Joe in the booth with you still, or did he step up?
No.
Okay.
Well, he's got a tester for his first shot.
Can't do a whole lot with it besides really just stopping the cue ball. Could go forward, but I don't know if that really helps you much on the two. Hey, the way this layout is, he may elect to not even shoot at this one ball. May not want to take on that two ball. I don't know. He's going to push.
Yeah, because I don't like even making the two ball. You have to land like on a good part of the good side of the three ball to even get on the four. You know, because you can't land below it, right? Because then you have to worry about the four ball or the side pocket or.
For the night, you're heading up. I ain't. So.
You plan to
I have to
overcut this
fucking part of
one?
my thing because I'm gonna head. By the time I get.
A lot of angle here. And cue ball off the rail. I'm surprised that push out.
I'm surprised Lukas shot at that ball. I feel like he kind of maybe didn't commit fully there.
Well, I don't think you would have any of the top players give that push out back. Now, they might not have shot at it offensively. I don't know, but they certainly wouldn't pass it back.
Yeah, no, for sure. I just feel like he didn't really fully commit to where he wanted the cue ball to go, and he kind of just shot it expecting, something to happen for him instead of making it happen himself.
Yeah, it's a weird thing when you're talking about commitment. A lot of people say, "Oh, you need to go look exactly where you want it." Well, a shot like that, you're not in control of exactly where you want it, but just you go looking at the area you want it helps you kind of settle down a little bit. And so even though that one was long and tough, and again, hard to predict exactly where the cue ball, if Lukas goes and looks somewhat the area, it just kind of makes you better for some reason. And maybe that's the one thing I saw in Lukas when I did watch him quite a bit for a few months. Just saw a little inconsistency before getting down on the ball. Y'all would know better, I think. Of course, you being his running mate, Michael.
Yeah, well, I agree with you for sure there, but also going around and picking the spot, right? It kind of mentally you pick where you can realistically go. Because I know sometimes when you're down on the ball, and you didn't pick really exactly where you want to go, you almost kind of cheat it too much, or you overcut the ball trying to go somewhere where you really couldn't go to begin with.
Come on, man.
And I feel like when you go around,
I gotta get out. Let me out, man.
I don't know what's going on over here. I don't know, Ren.
Be right back, guys.
A little extra commentary going on, guys.
It's they got the booth that that they do the commentary in. It's a very small room. Our good friend Brian the Chicken, is not not the smallest of guys, so I'm sure whatever was going on there was probably pretty funny, but it's all right.
Phone booth, maybe.
Yeah, it's actually yeah, something like that. Maybe two phone booths, maybe next to each other, or maybe less than that.
All right, he's falling a little off angle here. May have to work the cue ball a little bit.
Hey guys, I'm back in the
want
booth.
to take on the corner.
I think 7 in the 7 on the side, just come naturally down. That
The confidence is starting to brew a little here with Fedor.
That rack was Fedor's break, I believe, right? So Lukas will at least have a chance to even it up. That's why I like the alternate break format here. I mean, especially with this matchup. So, both opponents are kind of unlikely to run away with it.
Yeah, certain settings, I think the alternate break is good. I think, if we had just a few tournaments a year like it used to be that were really high quality tournaments, I think you almost had to play alternate break. Now that there's so many more events, hopefully, even more of the bigger events are coming as far as the quantity of them. But I think we can afford winter break, and you can just say, hey, if it didn't work out this week, I only got to wait a couple more weeks to play another great event.
Are you excited for
Some
this?
people, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, are you excited for this year of tournaments? I'm sure you know more than the public, but I'm sure, are you excited for what's to come for 2024?
Absolutely. And, I wish I was playing, to be honest. I plan on playing a little more. I can't play the bigger ones because most likely be working quite a few of them. But, yeah, it's an awesome time to be a young pool player that's got a lot of work ethic and a lot of heart. Dig in and settle in and just know patient and a lot of good things are coming. I mean, I don't know if you see around sponsorship dollars are so much greater for the players versus the amount of players getting them. Quality of tournaments, I think there's a competitive nature between some promoters and tournament directors and whatnot, but also they're working together real well. So I think there's a lot of good things for pool if you're a pool player.
Think is this in your lifetime the best I don't want to say the best point exactly, but I mean, has it ever, I guess, looked up as much as it is now? I guess looking forward to, I mean, within the next 5 years or so.
The Camel Pro Beer Tour was really solid, and you could tell they were there to stay. Unfortunate, of course, that lawsuit happened back with those PBD players and some of those Camel RJ Reynolds company, but they invested money like that in the year top 24 bonus fund that was $250,000 or $300,000. It went up. You could tell they were doing things to make it last, and they were the ones that really got NASCAR off the ground. So that was some promising times, but that was way back in the late 90s. So ever since then, I don't think there's been anything close to what's going on today. An opening, is he going to get a roll here? This may be shootable.
I think he left it. I want to say Lukas can make this ball. I guess maybe he can't pocket it. Maybe he can just see maybe half the ball, 3/4 ball.
Hey, if you're comfortable kicking, pretty easy kick before the side, and you have to go with a little spin to avoid the 7, but you hate to just shoot at this if you can't make it, just to hit it, I think. But looks like where he's standing now, he could aim maybe a diamond before the side with maybe a hair right. It's pretty much a hanger kick for these players, but hard to kick at it when you have a look at it, right?
Is that the only thing Is that the only shot there if you can't make it? Or do you do kind of some kind of one pocket shot and maybe double kiss it out of there?
Oh, he can make it right on in. So it was about shape that he was worried.
Yeah, I think he got almost the worst of it there. There's not, I mean, other than being hooked right behind the ball, I feel like there wasn't a worse kiss he could have gotten off the ball. Still think he has the putting angle here.
Cut that shot a couple times already.
I tend to do that more, if you're playing on like a worn-in cloth, like diamond table or something with, tighter pockets, you hate to undercut it because it just hangs in the pocket, So I feel like he's almost doing that. It's kind of in his head. That's maybe why he's kind of overcutting more than undercutting on this table.
A little off angle here. Doesn't look like he can go forward. He's just got to go between the 6-7. Maybe he can draw it, but okay, really nice there.
That ball pretty good.
It's really good control, so that's the sign you want to look for with really any players, but I think it's more evident with the top players to me, maybe because I watched him more often, but I think when you start to see him calmly swing the cue is whenever you start to realize they're getting pretty comfortable. Hold there for the 7 on the side. No reason to work the cue ball.
Trying to pull up the chat here, see if any comments we can read off here.
Sleepover chairs. Anybody that's ever been to this Shark Stream booth, you know how small it is. I had a spill in here and had to get out. I was trying to get out of here.
Oh, that's what happened? I was wondering what was happening.
Oh yeah, everybody has me figured from like an assault, something.
I know you're yelling at Joe. I thought Joe was just making...
I was just trying to get out of here. I was dripping.
It was probably me.
All better. Yeah.
That's good.
All right, so I think we're in pretty good shape. Do we have the scores updated? Because we were off with an IT issue.
Yes, we should have them.
10-8, yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
Starter here, not easy. Definitely a good one to start with. 2-3 there. The 4-5, I think he's got to play a kiss shot. Don't know. Now, this could fool me, the overhead, but I'm not sure if the 4 passes the 5.
I think it's one of those where the 4 goes by.
Okay. He doesn't seem so concerned, so it makes me feel like the 4 does pass.
Or is it just that he's so confident about the carom shot?
Yeah, but with the 9 being there, you would have to put some thought into getting shape on the 4, right?
Sure
on the
enough.
kiss shot. So.
Oh yeah, going back toward the 9. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the 4 does play.
Yeah, he is cutting it right in.
Yeah, sometimes these camera angles really don't give the full story.
The only thing you have to pay attention here is the only way a player won't get out from here is if they land like too thin on the 7 and leave themselves weird. So Lukas just needs to make sure he lands decent on the 7 here. I mean, you also don't want to land dead straight either, but you don't want to give yourself a crazy hard shot for no reason. Yeah, that's perfect.
I think
take on a missable ball.
Right.
That's about like ball in hand there. So now you want to be clear cut on this decision. Do you want to come across, get that nice easy angle to come over. That's a little risky, but you can always draw out of it. So I would come across probably near the head spot, what I was thinking. Maybe a little right of that head spot.
Okay, he landed good here.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, come across, go ahead. We always talk about, if you're in good position, that's when you don't back off on position. Go ahead and stay aggressive, playing good position. It's when you get out of line a little bit, you kind of got to,
Take a harder
back
shot
off
or
a little.
cinch it or yeah.
Yeah, well, protect a little. Maybe work a little harder on a couple shots versus, get it all back in one. So.
I like that. That's a good. I'm gonna keep that mental note there.
Yeah, and then you don't worry so much about getting it all back in one shot. I think that's the one thing that made Tyler Steyer improve a lot. He was so skilled, he felt like he could draw the ball up and down the table, where really after he started just lay up there and work a little harder on the next couple shots, I think it really helped his game.
He was mentioning in a commentary. Now I'm not sure if you were doing it with him. It was within the last couple months. But he was saying something about how he practiced without using side pockets, and he tries not to play shape in side pockets unless it makes sense. And he said that really upped his game, and I agree. And I've been making a mental note of that the last month or so playing, and I feel like that's helped me a lot because there's a lot of situations where you land really funny trying to play for the side pocket just because you think it's an easier ball to make, but there's more room for error doing that.
And you find yourself just kind of running towards the easy shot. Yeah, that's something he and I talked about the last few years. And, I was always told that, don't run for the sides. The corners keep you in line. And I think I'll tell you another thing the corners do when you play that way is it builds confidence. Don't worry about, a little tougher shot. It's just what makes sense. So I think all in all, it's not only a better way to play the game, but a better way to become a better player.
Ever since I overheard that, I feel like, that's gonna, whatever, how you want to judge it, but I feel like, it definitely improved my game, just, whether the slightest amount or whatever, but, that extra run out here or there that it's going to get me definitely, long term makes a difference, or, you improve on a few little things and you start seeing a big difference,
Absolutely. And it's hard to recognize that improvement. That's why it's easy to get frustrated sometimes, but a lot of people don't realize that they are improving. They just, everyone wants that instant gratification kind of thing, I think. But
right.
We had Lukas for a few minutes talking, but on the break, and you notice that one ball he knocked in, he's overcut that a couple times, that same shot in this match, and he said he feels better about things, he said, and he went ahead and knocked that one ball in.
Yeah, it was funny. I was thinking that right before he shot it, and he did hit it to the thin side of the pocket too, so he overcut it just a little bit. Now that was an unforced error there. I think he still has it, or maybe his body language is telling me he doesn't have it.
I don't think he has all of it. Make it. He may be able to cross it over. He may be able to jump it, but
that's like the one thing.
Another thing, go ahead.
I was gonna say the one thing about Lukas's game, that I feel like he does these little errors like that more often than he maybe should.
Yeah. That's just checking your, dotting the I's and crossing the T's, checking your work prior, because there was plenty of room to get around that ball, that being the 6. So
missed that by a good bit.
all right, this is funny. Doesn't want to go too far forward with the rail there. Does he just hold this and then use the 8 to kind of hold the ball off the 6 to the 7?
I like doing that too. You bump the 8 towards the other corner pocket.
Yeah, it's just a little light stun, maybe. I don't know. Now it looks like he's got it perfect. He can just draw down, avoiding the 8.
I think he's gonna slide right past it, like in between the 8-9, like not even touching it.
Yeah.
Perfecto.
Now do you just You draw 2 rails or go forward 2 rails and just play the 8 in the kind of in the corner next to where he's standing.
I think he goes just, oh, he's coming for the short pocket.
That's
so
what
he
I
had
thought,
plenty
yeah.
of angle.
Take a 2-game lead again.
Dry break. Last, we'll see at 11-9 what Fedor Gorst can do on the breaking end of things.
That makes a big swing. That little error from Lukas there, just a little careless with the cue ball, makes it, instead of being tied halfway through the match, now he's down 2 halfway through.
And, as far as mentally, Fedor Gorst as often as makes us think otherwise, he is human. He can feel some heat as much as anyone and pressure and whatnot. So a little error may have relieved that a little bit, and we'll see if any punishment comes with it. Maybe a ball on the break and a break and run.
Yeah, usually you see the guy when they make a careless mistake like that, they get punished. So I would not be surprised at the break and run here.
I'll tell you, looking back at what Lukas said during the break, the table being a little different than what he's used to. He's missed some kick shots as well, so that could have really affected that early in the match. You put any kind of product on the table at all, and certainly things can react a little different off the rails. The 1's down, got the 2 down. Not much on the 3, really. Probably puts him behind the 9, maybe with the cue ball.
Do you play to hook him behind the 9, or do you just take the free shot, maybe have a little go at the 9? Because you're just really thinning the 3 to the end rail anyways.
Not terrible. That is not terrible. But again, the mentality is, oh man, I hate to hang the 9 and he gets some kind of kiss shot because your opponent just made a big error, right? So you may want to just keep on battening down the hatches with these safeties as much as you can and play from there. Is he hitting the right side of the 3?
I think the angle's fooling you. Looks left side to me.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
he went for the bank. Yeah, but he can't get on the 4. Can't get on the pink. That's why I didn't think he would go for the bank. To be honest,
I wonder what he was thinking there.
Yeah. Just knowing he had tons of. Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say I think he swung at the 9 there like a little bit, like he kind of played a little bit of a lazy 2-way there, like either make the 3 or make the 9.
Maybe make them both, yeah, and that makes more sense, to where he's not too worried about the kick on the 4, I guess. Wasn't a tough kick. Not tough to play the safety. Now, this is a treacherous ball to get at. Crucial game here.
Hard not to scratch and... Oh, wow. Close as you can get.
I don't know what I would have done there. I mean, ball in hand, you could have tied up the 8 and 6, but maybe Fedor opens it with ball in hand right here on the 3. And I would like to draw out of this, I think. Oh, can he chip it and go towards the 4? The 6 is not in the way?
Yeah, I think he can miss the 6. Yep. I guess like Lukas's only hope here would be if Fedor lands a little funny on the 8-9, but the 9's, I feel like the 9's off the rail here, which makes the combo really hard to miss.
Yeah, and the 7's not in a bad place to get short side on the 8 either. So,
right.
Like going into that position, he'll be a pretty big favorite.
Yeah, he probably does play the 8 all the way down.
Or he's just got to draw back about a diamond or so here, and he'll have one of many angles that takes him one rail behind the 8.
Yeah, and the 9's not in a spot where you have to worry about like falling on top of it, or it's laying good to not be in the way.
Yeah, just make sure you get that bounce off the second rail, or depending, this angle I don't think gets you to the bottom rail, the short rail, but Make sure you get a little bounce, stay away from the 9. Because you can handle being above the 8 a good 6-8 inches and not be too worried. If you bounce a little hard off that second cushion, that's not a big deal. Getting a lot of left English. Is you going to the bottom cushion here? Okay, that's the shot I was wondering if it was available or not. Pretty good.
I like that shot there. I'm not sure if I would have played it that way, but now like seeing it, that makes more sense.
Yeah, well, a couple things. You don't really have to baby the ball much. You're in full control of what happens. You just got to execute on the 7. There is no maybes. Kind of like getting over the 9 a little bit or something. So
higher percentage, like, you know, less room for error.
big break coming up at 11-8. Or excuse me, 12-9, is it? 12-9.
Better kind of got away with one a little bit there. The hanging the 3 ball and leaving it the way he did.
Yeah, I mean, I think he knew with the 6-8 there he was going to get the snooker, or at least he felt like he was, but he hung it deep in there. It was really hard to get at.
And I want to see if Lukas is maybe a little frustrated that he's down. He's going to try to force something. If he does feel that way, then he's going to hit this break a little harder than we've been seeing him hit it. Or if he's still like composed and confident, he's going to hit it smooth. Do you have the angle to go 2 rails, or he's just come 1 rail?
I
Kind of
think
back
1
in the
rail.
line now, where he is now.
Yeah, I think 1 rail, but you know, he may force it a little bit. Like he may go those 2.
Good shot to play on this table, just with how the rails play. Jeremy, what do you think the biggest or the hardest hurdle to get is? Like I guess I want to say like a 50-point Fargo gap. Like, is it? I know it's not like 6 to 650, but like 650 to 700, 7 to 750, 8 or 750 to 800. You know what I'm saying? Is like, what's the hardest skill range to kind of jump through?
No, I'm not the most savvy guy with the Fargo. As far as I know some of my friends and whatnot, and different players at different levels, what their Fargo is. But it seems that probably somewhere 630 to 680, or roughly around in there, it's hard to start jumping without being a full-time player. I think that's just a very demanding sport in that sense. Is or you look at a lot of 680s that I know. They know a lot of shots. They know the shots, but it's a matter of a long-term kind of thing. Are they going to do it time and time again? And I think that requires a lot of practice. And that's why you see the top players, they can play great in a tournament one day and they're still up early the next day hitting balls because it's just easily lost, or maybe not so easily stays there, however you want to label it. But I think that level, like I said, without being a full-time player, I think if you get to 700, like I have some players that are 700, 720s hitting me up about training and whatnot, and I'm fully confident with some training and opening their eyes to a few things that they can go as high as they want. If you can get to 700, 720, 730, somewhere around there, I think they're really you can go much higher. But I think that 650 range, 640, 660, all that, without being a full-time player, maybe kind of hard to break into the 700s.
So you're saying, yeah, that I'm in the worst spot then, because I'm right in that range there.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a guess still, but I think it is because obviously to get to where you're at, you play well, got a good mind for the game. But sometimes, technique and whatnot can hold us back. So, without taking someone's technique that even may be a hair off, but if you're hitting balls all the time, you can overcome it. Just like there's some pros that have some suspect techniques, but they're talented and they're smart and they practice all the time and they might not be the guys that are winning all the tournaments, but they do pretty well.
Yeah, I've noticed if I'm not, I mean, I work full time, so I don't get to play as much as I used to, but I notice because there will be, a week span where, I might play, one or two nights, but like for like 20 or 30 minutes each time. And, I'll be playing, not great, but as soon as there's a time where I'm practicing maybe 3, 4, 5 days in a row getting ready for something, I'll notice, definitely at least like an all around like 30 point swing in my Fargo, probably like, if I had to say like on a consistency level.
Yeah, absolutely. And you almost got, at least myself, like I made a little post about maybe playing a little bit a few days ago and ends up I'm going to maybe have a game tomorrow here in Dallas, something to just get my feet wet again and start playing. But I got to be realistic that, I feel like, oh man, I'm supposed to be able to play well, but I still haven't been played hardly at all. So I got to be a little realistic and not get frustrated with it and realize it'll take a few hours to start to get some feel back. So.
Is this like a little friendly match, or is there a little money on this one?
Oh no, there's money in. Yeah. If I was gonna practice, I'd just practice by myself. Be honest with you, but that's how I always like to practice for the most part, anyways. So generally by myself, but yeah, there's a little sweat going on.
That's good.
Yeah, a little action, a little 9-ball action.
When I practice, I'll do drills and whatnot, but then I'll also want to play the Ghost. And it's funny when I play the Ghost, I try to get people in the pool room to bet on the Ghost just to make me like bear down and sweat it a little bit.
Absolutely.
So I have someone asked a question in the chat for you. Laura says, "Hey JJ, back in the day, a closed bridge was the norm. Now the open bridge is. Your thoughts?"
Yeah, I think the open bridge is used a little too much, in my opinion. I think also years ago we need a little more power with the conditions and whatnot, so that makes sense for the open bridge to be a little more available. But I also do think it's overused. If you're drawing from distance, you're down on the bottom of the ball. Anything with a little power, I think that closed bridge is really good. And also a closed bridge, in my opinion, is something you start to trust a little more what you're doing. You're not aiming so much. You're down on the ball like you are with the open bridge, or at least what I see. And, fundamentally, I think the cue does stay down better and hits the tip position a little more often. Hopefully that helped her question somewhat. Good question, though.
I feel like, now this is weird, and I don't know if anyone else is like this or if you've heard this before. I feel like when I'm in like dead punch and I'm hitting the ball good, I feel like I close bridge more often. Like if I'm feeling good, kind of running around the table, I'm like using a closed bridge more. I don't know why that is.
100%. 100%. My brother.
This is not weird. Okay.
No, 100%. When I'm playing my best, my brother used to watch me quite a bit. My younger brother, a year apart, but we started playing together. And he, whether it be I was dogging it or whether it be whatever, he would tell me, "Hey, heck with that open bridge. What are you using that open bridge for?" Just knew I played better pool and played more confident with the closed bridge.
Did we lose Kickin' Chicken? Is he still here? I feel like he hasn't talked in a while.
I'm enjoying watching the match, actually. I was sitting there thinking about what you guys were just talking about with the closed bridge versus the open bridge. And I think with a lot of people, when they get very low on the sighting down the cue stick, I think that the closed bridge for a lot of people, they feel like it obstructs the view, whereas the open bridge will give them a better view, like you're shooting down the rifle.
Yeah, which I'm one that aims with my stance. Not when I'm down. If I'm playing correctly, I'm not really aiming. It's just a little more confirming. Kind of like, oh yeah, nothing looks. I don't say it to myself, but there's no bells that go off that say it looks wrong. But also the other thing that I think the closed bridge also gives. Sometimes you can overlook. Ooh, that one acted a little funny. The rack there, guys.
Yeah, that one didn't break up very well at all.
No, the one went kind of with the cue ball just to the center of the table, and then but anyways, but also what a closed bridge does is it creates angles on the cue stick, which a lot of people don't realize. Where you can do that with an open bridge, but it's not as steady and sturdy, and maybe not as repeatable.
Well, I completely agree with you, Jeremy. In my experience, when you're going for a bigger stroke shot, when you have to get a big draw shot going, I always think that closing up the bridge is the way to go. And for people that stand up a little bit when they're looking over the stick, for them it wouldn't matter one way or the other if it's an open bridge or closed. But like I was saying, I think, and you notice the Filipinos, they get down low on their shots more than anybody. Any group I could think of, they're always with pretty much their chins are just about on the cue stick, and they have that really low rifle sight line most of the time. I can't think of any that are shooting standing up like we used to have all of our great players. The majority of them were standing up quite a bit over the sticks, especially back in the older days.
Playing straight pool and playing with the shorter shots. I think that has a little. And is he going to try and break these out? I thought he'd just play the 3-ball combo, but he's going to try and split the 3-6, I think. 2.
Had a really good idea there.
Your shot this is being elevated. He does have an opening. Again, kind of going towards the side one rail. You hate to put English on this, being jacked up. You're going to really curve the ball a lot. I don't know. You may just have to kind of turn it loose a little bit here. Not too hard, but definitely have some speed on it. To just bump it up the rail. I want to leave this cross corner, though. Looks pretty perfect just to roll this with left English, try and bank it in, and you'll fall right between the 4 and the 3. Middle left English and just come across it.
I was going to say, I feel like this is one of those shots where you can come out good whether you make it or miss it. But, I mean, if he would have made it, he would have been in trouble.
Yeah, he kind of stunned Drew it. Came across the ball. I like that rolling ball with left English to create that same route with the cue ball.
I like shooting it your way as well.
I don't know if it's the one pocket in me, all the years of one pocket, but I feel like I can lay the cue ball down pretty well like that. Got to jump at this, or is he not snookered? Can he get to the rail first?
I think he's completely snookered here. I think he's debating on
rail first or hitting it full.
Yeah, I feel like there's not.
No, first would be okay to come around for the 3-4 combo, or maybe play a safe off the 3. I think getting position on the 3 is pretty touchy.
Is there a path there, rail first? I mean, you got to hit it pretty thin
maybe
if
not.
you're going rail first.
He hit rail first.
Yeah, but that's what I was worried about. But I don't know if there was really a way to get there. I think he has at least a little something he can do here. Whether he can spin and thin, hit rail first, and nick the 3.
I think he's got the safe.
Cue ball up table.
I think he can cut it and get a safe out of this.
He can cut it with inside, go right between the 6-9 up, or he can cut it with outside. The outside is problem is there's not a whole lot of places to go for the safety.
Oh, you can see. Yeah, so he's just going to use the
I might
4
just
as a
go with it.
stopper.
Yeah, and go a hair of inside, try and use the 9.
I don't think that was intentional there.
Oh. Thought the 3 too thick, it looked like.
Can Fedor put the cue ball under the 4 here?
So you do it.
I think he got there.
Now, it's still smart, though, and that's the point behind smart, is it doesn't have to maybe get the snooker to be good, to be okay. He was trying to get him on the rail, of course, to where he can't dig on the ball so much, but put him behind the 7 here. Does you chop the 3 of the rail and over, or
You just make sure that you get by the 8, right? You're going below the 8 with the 3?
Yeah, hit before the side and
below the 8. Yeah, I feel like you just can't hit the 8 ball here. That's the only You hit that.
How'd he do? Oh, close.
I think he got him.
But I mean, he had to put the 3 in the right place. That's why he was a little short with the cue ball.
Yeah, Fedor's looking to get two rails that'll give him the best chance for some separation.
Yeah, this shot here, you want to think of the speed coming off the 3 and let the 3 just guide down the table between the 6-8. Try and come to this rail. That's the speed you want to feel coming across this 3 ball. Full.
Too full.
I'm not going to leave anything easy.
Chance here.
He's got to knock this in, stun to the side rail past the side, and then across for the 4. Looks like he's got tons of angle, though, so it doesn't require a whole lot of speed.
And make sure you hit your mark on the cue ball here.
Nicely done.
Good to go.
Oh, one more rotation would have been nicely done.
It looked like he caught the 3 a little thick to the hole is all. Usually costs you about a foot of cue ball, if you catch it to the thick side, or you'll overrun, catch it to the thin side a little bit, but
Trying to make the 4, spinning it off the rail.
I think he's a favorite to make it, as long as he doesn't have to curve the cue ball, if he can just go with the right English, not having to elevate. I'd label him a little favorite to make this. 6 out of 10, probably. The whole ball.
Oh.
I'm starting to wonder, after we've seen this happen a few times, did Lukas mention about the product that was put on the cloth on the air?
You think that's what happened there, Jeremy? You mentioned.
I'm wondering about that.
You mentioned how when you use the spin, it goes out and it doesn't really come back. Do you think he was expecting the spin to grab a little bit there and it just didn't grab?
Well, that's definitely like, the reason why we'll put product on the table is to make it similar to another table, or, I'm not sure what Earl was doing earlier, but, we'll put product on the table for the Mosconi to try and duplicate that slickness. And you'll see on the Mosconi, many kicks like that are missed because the English doesn't grab as much when the table's slick. So I think that definitely had a chance of being the culprit there, getting Lukas. And we've seen him now give up ball in hand 4 times on kick shots, maybe 5.
At least 4 that I was watching, yeah.
At least 4 I know of, yeah.
And that's way uncharacteristic for Lukas.
Yeah, I don't know if the last 2 weeks he's been playing, if he's given up ball in hand on kicks the last 4, or for 4 attempts.
Yeah, and it, makes it real hard to win against another player your caliber if you're wow. Big mistake here from Fedor Gorst. Maybe trying to run for that side we were talking about. He could have just rolled that in, taken a little long shot on the 7 and had the 8 over the side.
Yeah, I'm surprised he tried to get for the 7 on the side there.
Yeah, he could have drugged that ball in, just dragged it in and you know, maybe been a foot further away from the 7, but shouldn't have been much of a problem.
Is this 7 ball makeable?
Yeah.
It cuts it. He can cut it right in.
He's still got it. Okay.
I think he's going to go past the side, though, so maybe have some distance on the 8 if he knocks this in.
He doesn't. You don't use inside here?
You could, inside or out.
I think use a hair of inside.
Thick.
Yeah, wow.
Pretty fortunate there not to give up an easier shot.
I mean, you
But
can.
I think you're supposed to go after this bank, huh, Mike?
Yeah, I like going after it. If you don't, I mean, you can. What do you can maybe put cue ball 2 rails, try to go behind the 9 on the 9, but Lukas is such a good banker. I feel like he has to shoot it.
It'll come with automatic position.
Yeah, you don't even need to really worry about the cue ball. I feel like if you make it, you're almost going to have a decent shot anyways.
I was going to say the biggest question is the slickness of the cloth getting into his head. He's also quite a good banker. I mean, he's allowed to miss every now and then, but he seems to be uncharacteristically missing his mark on a lot of stuff.
Almost a frustration factor.
Better never walk to the other end of the table. Any of these safeties I'm playing, especially if I'm playing a light one behind the 9, definitely want to come look from this end. It just what I feel like these players never miss their mark when they go look on these types of shots. Normally, when you don't go look, you underhit it.
The visualization is important, right?
Yeah. You got it there.
You got it dead center.
Jump bank the corner. That could potentially get you safe, right?
Oh, that's the right shot. Actually, you know, I just forget sometimes how good these youngsters are with the jump cues. So, you know, it's kind of like another great player that wants to shoot at a tough shot. It's hard to tell them no.
Lukas is really good with the jump cue. He hasn't shown it yet this match, but it jumps really good.
Well, you said he won 4 tournaments just last month. You can't hardly win a tournament these days anywhere without being good with the jump cue.
Yeah, and he's certainly not just jumping to make balls. He's jumping with position. Beautiful.
I think he's okay with the cue ball if he hits it correctly. I think the 2 cushions, you know, up to that top cushion, you know, around the middle diamond, I think, somewhere around there. So.
Hey, that's the one way you didn't want to miss it. You didn't want to overcut it.
Fedor's missed a 7 ball that kind of similar to this a little bit earlier this round. About a little thick, so the cue ball is going to be a little short. Easier cue ball movement to the upper right corner. So easier make to the lower right corner. This is where the camera may fool you. Can he draw 1 row across and just take somewhere near this side pocket on the bottom of the screen for the 9? You have to go forward.
I think he's too thin to hold it there. Could be wrong. That's it the other way. Is
Nicely done.
that what you meant, Jeremy? It was cutting it the other pocket and just cinching it over?
Well, what I was talking about is, playing it to the pocket he did, but draw it one rail across where that lower side is. You know what I mean? And just take what you could on the cut on the 9. But he hit it beautifully going forward.
Yeah, I think that shot was there. I thought it was a little thin at first, but when he switched to the overhead there, it looked more available.
Yeah,
that's a confidence then with the way he shot it there. He's feeling good.
He's feeling good and increase that lead during on a game mark. What's our referee's name? You know?
Bob Lewis.
Tom Lewis, you said?
Bob.
Bob Lewis. Okay.
Yep. He's quite an enthusiast. He's a great guy. He knows refereeing very well. He went over to Moscone over in England. He travels quite a bit to the big events.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, you live in the upper northeast, London really ain't that far. It's no further than LA, really, right? So I was thinking about that before for people that live in the northeast, hopping over to London, really not that bad of a flight.
I think it's about a 7 or an 8 hour flight.
Oh, I think I think New York it's 6 hours. I know that. I had that flight not long ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When you come back, you can usually add about an hour because the tailwind or the headwind versus the tailwind. But
right.
Yeah, from Dallas, I fly direct from Dallas all the time to London. Well, not all the time, but quite often. And it's 8 hours from Dallas direct to London.
Well, then it would have to be an hour or two shorter.
Yeah. I think that's what Shaw told me also, 6 hours-ish. With the 4-inch pockets, almost got him right there. Did you see that? 7 kind of bobbled a little bit before we're falling.
Yeah.
He's perfect just to come up for the 4, the 5 near. One of the easier layouts we've had this match. We've had a lot of tough ones, I think. I don't think that's any coincidence. I don't know y'all's opinion, but with the triangle rack, I get a lot more variety.
Well, and with the referee racking, right? You're not getting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
They're not. The players don't get to rack the balls, and they can freeze the balls to make the wing ball every time, and they pattern rack or.
Yeah, that's I really think all the players would rather not do that. It's just kind of something that has happened. I've never been one to do it. I've never been one to pattern rack now back in the day, we used to rack against our opponent with certain number combinations, but not for yourself, but to make the game easier. I think the players would rather have it more difficult. It's just kind of like fighting fire with fire kind of thing. This lead's growing a little bit. Of course, y'all know your boy Lukas. What's he need to do here?
Well, he's got a tiger by the tail, that's for sure.
Sorry, I was eating
the alternate break. It could be his friend coming from behind.
Well, it only takes, like two mistakes from Fedor really on his break, and we have about an even game from here.
Yeah. If he can get him to lose his serve a couple of times, that'll get him back to even.
Right. It's not asking much, but Lukas has to execute then after, right?
When you're in control of the table, you've got to maintain that control.
And I look back to that ball you were talking about, Michael, coming off the break where he shot, I believe it was the 4 ball, and he came 2 rails and clipped the 6 and got snookered. Getting on the 5, you remember that was to make it 11-11 or maybe 10-10?
Yes, it was to make it 10-10 instead he went down 11-9. Yep.
Okay. Really only had one game off of dry break of Fedor's since.
So I'd say the next 2 or 3 games here are the most important of the set, because if Lukas gives up the next 2 games here, or doesn't do anything with an opportunity, then Fedor's just off and running. But if Lukas can put some pressure back on him and kind of free rolling almost, with a lead like this, he's gonna be just very confident in stroking him in.
And that opportunity is now, because I believe it's his break. His break at 15-10. The guys take a timeout? Is that what we're seeing here?
I don't see Fedor at his chair. Yeah, Lukas is standing there, texting. Probably should get off his phone. How do you feel about that, Jeremy?
He just passed.
Yeah. When you're playing a big match or something, are you very adamant on like not looking at your phone, not touching it, not texting anything?
Be very rare if I touch my phone in any type of match. I've done it a little bit in some one pocket, smaller stuff, but like anything of a real tournament, yeah, it'd be. You can bet on me not touching my phone much. That's for sure.
That's a new
I
thing.
have a hard enough time concentrating. I can't have any other distractions. So
that's a new thing I'm trying to do. I'm not touching my phone at all when I play anymore. Well, at least the important stuff. If I'm playing cheap or not too expensive or anything, yeah, I'll mess around on my phone. But if I'm playing something pretty expensive, I'm attempting to do this thing where I don't touch it. But I have a habit of going to your chair, unlocking and just looking at the screen, see if anyone texted you or anything. Not necessarily reading it, but at least clicking on the phone to see what time it is and who texted. But I feel like that's a distraction, though.
Yeah, it's just a human nature thing. But yeah, just leave it in the bag. Don't even look at it really. If it's doable. About this thin, he's going to need a little help here. Gonna get it. Close.
Well, that's what I mean there with the opportunities. I think he gave this up, and that's like a situation there where Lukas is. You got to say he's the favorite to safe, to not leave Fedor an offensive shot there, and then he just kind of gives it away.
Out there holding the ball. Yeah, and I'll tell you, for the mistakes that I've seen from Lukas have all been, in a funny manner, really kind of agreeing with the slicker conditions and not being used to it, maybe. Like right there, he expected the one and the cue ball to grab a little more. It went a little cleaner off the one, longer up the table. I don't think he was trying to get behind the 7-9. I thought he was trying to come behind the 8 and the 3-5 and all that. Block the one.
Right.
So just like those kicks kind of made sense that he missed on the slick table, and the bank shot. You remember the bank shot on the 7 a few games ago after Fedor missed the 7. Yeah, it went pretty wide, which is another kind of factor of the slick table. So not making excuses, just saying that it's hard to say it's a coincidence.
Well, and I mean, again, not any excuses, but Lukas doesn't. He doesn't go to all of the, the matchroom event, all the events that, primarily play on new cloth. So he's kind of the, anytime he plays an upper pro, he's kind of going to be the, I don't want to, obviously underdog, but he's not going to have as much experience on the slicker equipment as most of the other top pros.
And there's a difference in slickness. There's the slickness of, the new tables at the U.S. Open on the outer tables that get broke in pretty quick overall, even though they're still a little slick, versus the TV table kind of slickness, which is a whole nother type of slick, in my opinion. So,
is that
which is more of what the pledge will duplicate, so.
Is that more of because of one is less play and the lights kind of as well? Does the lights play a factor in that at all, or?
Lighting,
yeah, I think those combinations, and then something else that maybe Matchroom or someone else has never told us about, because we've tried to duplicate that Mosconi table. It's just very hard to get it exactly how they get it. So weird, really.
Wonder. I wonder if it's the lighting. Does it have to be the lighting?
Well, heat makes a difference, I think, for sure. Yeah, because we used to, like work for streaming companies, and still do, of course, but you go to the pool rooms there and just the lighting that they would use for their stream table really helped the play of most of those pool room tables in comparison to the ones that didn't have the lighting, extra lighting.
Is it 15-10 or 16-10? Are we
I
missing a
think it's
game here?
16-10. Is Fedor breaking?
Yeah.
16-10, yeah.
Got 160 plus viewers in the chat. Just curious, where is everyone watching from? Sure, we got people well spread out. I'm sure most people that are able to watch in the Connecticut area are probably in the pool room. But I'm curious about everyone else all around the country, and I'm sure there's definitely other watchers from other countries as well. Curious about that. If you guys want to type down in the chat where you're watching from.
A lot of fans of Vietnam. Oh, I don't know if the timing is right for that, but
Yeah, I think
sure,
it's.
Luke.
Is it like a? I forgot. I remember when I was annoyed with what time the schedule was when they were playing over there. I think they're maybe 7 to 9 hours ahead, somewhere in that range.
I think it's 12 actually for for Central Time Zone. I think it's 12 hours. So yeah, I think it was 5 hours for difference in London and 7 hours difference from London to I think 12 hours. Yeah.
Oh wait, I think you're you're right. I do remember that.
That nice nifty little position play getting on the 4. Short here. A little bit, maybe. Oh, he's okay. All to the rail and over. Good follow, but I like to draw myself. Really nice out at a very important time to get back on the board. Did get a dry break there from Fedor, so now he gets to break the balls. Could be game number 28.
From here, all it takes just a couple of, Fedor giving up a couple on his breaks, and Lukas gets right back in it.
Tournament Classic coming up.
An issue with the stream?
Why?
Just got a couple of texts, and on my end, I can't see it either. Like in the group. Someone post in the group as well.
Really?
It's like almost like I don't know, it almost seems like it's like blocked. Like like we're no longer subscribed to it. I guess that would be the best way to describe it.
Go, guys.
Hello.
Kind of weird.
Yeah, and there's people making posts in the thing saying they're having the same issue.
I'm still. Funny, through the group, I don't see it.
Yeah, it shows the post is locked, right? On the group.
But on the group, right, but it is still live.
Wonder, could you go out and stop the match for now and kind of figure this out? Because I don't think anyone's able to be watching right now.
Yeah, it's kind of. I'm gonna put you guys on mute and. You gonna stop them or what? I mean, what do we do?
No, just gonna miss a rat.
All right, so we are going to quickly restart this because apparently we have been blocked by Facebook due to some issue that we've been having with one of our commercials, and we will be right back on. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back due to technical difficulties. Hopefully, we have them worked out right now. Check my stream and take a deep breath.
On my page again.
I think you guys really need to have them. You guys really. Oh wait, no, yeah, you're good.
Because you're an admin. You're an admin. We're good.
You're good. It's in the. It's in the.
Because you're an admin.
All right, I think we're back live right now.
We are back live.
Sorry for the delay, guys. Little technical issues going on.
You guys only missed one rack, and some of those ones also.
With Lukas in a great position, you can just slide out the rail. Did he get there? Close. It'd be really upsetting if he didn't. I think he did, but very good. He doesn't have much angle on this. He really has a few ball. He doesn't his marker on the 6. It's not nice.
Check on this room.
Slow down. Oh, perfect.
So I looked up now at a lot of Facebook, him and chat over and everything. I didn't see it. So was it on the 5 though?
No, that was not. Made a really nice shot on the 6 and now back on board. Must be when we for sure.
People in the chat are saying audio.
All right, we're going to do a quick audio check. Can you hear me? Sounds good to me. We are back and running.
It says sound is not fixed.
It's not that echo.
Okay, a lot of guys are saying the sound sounds good now. Well, yes, that was a must win, and this is another one here.
Apparently, it's better now. All right, everyone's saying it's better. We're good. All right, sorry about the difficulty, guys. This is only the second one that they have done. Things are a little different. This is all part of the beginning of building something new that Bobby and the Shark Stream is trying to accomplish here. So just bear with us in the beginning stages. It's gonna be a great thing for you guys. Again, sorry about that. Let's get back to the match here. Lukas has a chance to get even closer now.
Balls well here. And funny thing about this match is that can't say that he's been out broke here in this match overall from the start to the finish. I think it's been maybe Lukas a little better breaker overall, or maybe really close between the two.
Well, he put himself in a pretty good spot here. It's still not super easy to get good on the 4.
The thing is the 5's funny as well. Can he get on a 5-9 combination?
That's what
the 5.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
I think the combination is not going to be easy to get on from here. I think the angles that take him above that 5-9, there's quite a bit of cut. So he may go across trying to get that position on the 5, or maybe even into him.
Does he think he has this shot? Maybe he does.
Yeah, perfect.
Maybe he does. Beautiful.
Choice here, you can go backwards or forwards. I think forwards is really the shot all day.
So people are saying my audio is bad. I just want to check to see if that got any better. So this is a little test here.
Yeah, I believe you came back once I fixed that.
Was this a little break and run from Lukas here? Sorry, I was messing with my mic here.
Was.
All right, people in the chat saying I'm good now. All right, boys, we are back. I've had some Reese's peanut butter cups. I got a water here. I'm recharged, ready to go. I hope Lukas comes back and makes this a long match.
And you guys can still hear me, correct?
Yeah, you're good.
Sound good.
All right, so we're past that little disaster there, but we're good, boys. Lukas is going to make a comeback here and make this a interesting game. Is it 17-13 now? Is that right?
Yeah, 17-13, I believe.
Sorry, there's nonstop IT work going on in here. I'm not kidding.
People, I guess when I originally said this, the mic was off. Like I said before, for those, if I don't know how clear it was or not, but yeah, bear with us. Like I said, this is the second, subscription match that they've done. So bear with us. Get the kinks out in the beginning. We'll improve. Bring you guys great matches in the future. Jeremy, what do you think about this idea? I'm not sure if you're, familiar with what Bobby is doing with the Shark Stream here. So, when Lukas played Earl, we had that match. I played a top player, and there was a couple other matches as well, all a part of the subscription package. It's $4.99 a month, $4.99 a month. You get access to, these kinds of pay-per-view events and a couple of other things. You think that's like a unique kind of different way to do things? Like, I know it's a little different from, or I guess it's kind of similar to what the other guys are doing, like Pool Action TV, but they kind of do that that's more of like a per event basis. Like, I guess Bobby's goal here is to bring people a bunch of things on a monthly basis and get big matches in and get matchups like this in. Is that like a unique approach to pool? What do you think about this?
Yeah, absolutely. I think variety helps a ton, because of course everyone loves the matches, but other people want a variety of who's playing those matches. I think anything you can add to create value for people in the pool world is always going to be good. So,
and the goal, obviously he's charging, the about $5 a month for the subscription, and the goal is to use that money to pay, players, appearance fees or put up money for matches or pay for travel for players that come here. They're using the money to really he's putting the money back in, and he's investing a lot of his own too as well.
Yeah.
So,
and, if you end up making a few dollars for the hard work, no one complains about that. So
that
just
is
like anything with it.
That is the ultimate goal. Putting up money to get players to come here. Obviously, they're playing for money, so whoever wins is going to make the money on the game. But they can't expect people to pay for their own travels, their own hotels, their own everything. Because why would they? They're giving up their lives, they're giving up their time. However, you put money in the middle for them to win on top of covering their expenses. Also the equipment, everything that we do for our travels and stuff like that. But that's the ultimate goal, is to get players here to play for money while it doesn't cost them anything. And, giving these guys an income is that they're professional pool players. That's what they do. So obviously we want to give them, guarantee them money so that they feel appreciated in the sport like we appreciate watching them.
Yeah, they're a product, and they've developed their product, and some of them have better product than others, and that's why they get more business. But yeah, these guys deserve it. People think that it's an easy job. It takes a long time, a lot of frustrations, a lot of mental anguish to become a top player at anything, and it definitely deserves some rewards.
And our viewers deserve something to watch, something good. This is
yeah. He shot here. I'm not sure what he's doing.
A little bit of a two-way, it looks like.
Play somewhat of a two-way.
you think Fedor just plays a little simple, like soft safe here, or do you think he uses like the wall of balls and for a blocker?
I don't think he can get him really up next to that. What is it? The 6 ball that's next to the 2. So you don't want to leave him a real easy kick underneath the 6 with all that traffic. But probably wants to get some separation here if he can. I would. Not lose the cue ball though.
There's something Earl always says. He mentions golf, and you watch a golf tournament. Even the last place guy gets a paycheck.
Well, that's not necessarily true.
I was going to just correct that also.
Yeah, you got to make the cut. There's half the field every week gets no paycheck.
You know what I mean, though. The top group gets a paycheck, but when these guys at the top level, how many players at the top level don't actually make something off a tournament? For the most part, you go into a golf tournament, you do see almost every top player pretty much places in some way, shape, or form. And the money's a whole lot bigger.
Better cut this 2 in, come 4 rails, and play the 3 in the bottom right, or does he play it safe?
Look here, I think Lukas has gotten his attention here the last few minutes. Like Lukas has loosened up a little bit. Hopefully it's not too late. I'd agree with a pivotal match maybe, but the thing about the golf is what people don't realize is those golfers were in that same situation, just happened to be 40 or 50 years ago, and they made a decision, stuck to it, and they built themselves up. But I think it's hard for us to think we should be in the same as everyone else when we haven't really collectively put forth all the work to get there, right? So
and that's what we're working on now.
I think it's coming though. I think it's coming, the bigger paychecks. So. I'm sure you guys have watched golf, right?
Yep.
Quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, you can tell the product's much different these days than it used to be, right?
Yeah.
as far as the entertainment side of things. So, of course, the golf swing and the great players are all great, but I think the entertainment side of things is gotten a lot better. Those with that sport, and I think that's helped. Of course, Tiger Woods made a huge difference, but I think it'll just take a little time. I think it's in the right direction for the pool players, though, and you can tell because the people that definitely know that's growing are the product, the merchandise owners and companies, and you can see how much more player, not only more money, but more players also getting sponsorship dollars than ever before. So I think that's the one mark that really shows me it's growing.
Yeah, we're witnessing quite an increase in interest. The business of pool is becoming formidable, and people like Emily Fraser are responsible in a larger way than many people realize. You know, Matchroom has made quite a nice difference.
I wonder how many people. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Jeremy.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I was just gonna kind of to go off of that a little bit. I wonder how many people watch pool that don't play pool, because if you think about all like, you know, the big American sports, right? Like football, basketball, hockey, baseball, you know, 90 whatever percent don't actually play those sports, right? They just watch it. Golf and pool, I feel like are obviously closer than that to, like, you know, the percentage of people that play it also watch it. But I wonder, you know, that part of it has to grow too, the amount of people that watch it and not play it as much. But it's also good for the sponsors that put in the money, because all the people that are watching are also playing, so they're buying the products and things like that. But I just wonder if there's like a viewership for pool for people that don't really play it. I wonder if there's like an appeal to people that don't play it.
Yeah, well, I think that's where Matchroom comes in, their production. You know, that's what's going to attract those type of people you're talking about, something that looks exciting. You know, it's like walking through a plaza and you see something going on. It doesn't necessarily have to be your type of place, but it attracts you just because you see it's busy and entertaining, and, you know, there's people in there and whatnot. So I think that's where Matchroom's, you know, real benefit has been for the sport, to get the eyes on it with the type of production they've given us. So,
how far away, if at all, do you think some player in the pool world is from like acquiring like a big sponsor, like a Nike or like a Red Bull or something like that? Is that possible? And if so, like, what's the time frame on that, do you think?
I think it 100% will happen, and I think it won't be that long. It may not be our Q sport to start, but I think it will happen for sure. I think it'll be a company, and I think they're going to see, you know, I think one of those companies, when they do something like that, they're going to have to realize it ain't going to be like basketball selling shoes or whatever it might be, but I think they would be happy with their return. Because one thing about pool is they're starving to support, you know, the fans and stuff and the amateurs and whatnot. They're starving to support the game. And I think if one of those companies that has a big name from another sport or just a big name company got involved, I think they would see some rewards from it. You know, just like you watch, right? Like the most recent rule change in our game that has been a big one is 9 on the spot, correct?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say
in the history of pool, probably, right?
Yeah, maybe. But I don't know about where you are at, but where we're at, everyone wants to play that now because that's what the pros are playing. They're wanting to support it. So I know they're not playing that here, and that's maybe because the agreement and Turning Stone coming up, and I don't know what the rules are exactly there. We talked about it before, but the amateur side and the fan side, the base, they want to support the game immensely.
That is a good point.
Yeah, I mean, just like dollars, you know, how much dollars do amateurs spend on pool? Spend a lot. Materials and playing league 3-4 days a week and tournaments and whatnot.
Yeah, I think. I mean, do you think like a big company like that? Do you think them coming in, does that make like a huge difference for the pool community? Or I mean, over time, obviously it will. But do you think there's like any immediate kind of impact on that?
Well, the one thing that could have an immediate impact, now maybe I don't know about a personal sponsor, but something to do with like a tour is just dollars themselves. And what I mean by that is, you can turn on the TV and you can have, I hate to say it, about the dumbest game show ever, but if it's giving away $1 million, people are going to watch, right? And that's how people are with money and maybe just the attraction of someone winning. But same thing here. I think once the dollars start going up, people are going to watch more, and it makes sense because now it looks more like a possibility of a career for a lot more people, whether it be playing it or teaching or billiard supply, pool room owner, whatever it may be. Get her back on the board now, 18-13.
Is 18 right?
I believe 18 is.
Give me 1 second, guys. I'm doing some computer stuff here, and I can't actually change the score, but I will be checking it in about 2 seconds, and I think you are correct.
I just want to make sure, like,
it'd be. No, I hear you, and I'm very sorry for that. Trying to do stuff on the fly here, and it doesn't always work out as fast as I possibly can get it to do it. So, okay, here we go.
I thought there was a possibility that Fedor was at 19, but 18's right. I just wanted to make sure because it'd be bad not knowing a guy's on the hill.
Pan around the room, but there's a lot of people watching.
I'd be curious to see the room if you want to do a quick pan.
Yeah, give me a second after this break. We will definitely do that.
I haven't seen the corner ball a ton this match. Go in there.
Commentator breaker now.
Kind of unlucky, I think. Just got hooked here.
A very good live audience here.
Oh, he was able to see the one ball. Okay. Well, Jeremy, it looks like your prediction's most likely going to be right. Someone getting about to the 15-16 range.
Like I said, I think Fedor's had more dry breaks. I think Lukas, to me, is looking better. Hopefully it's not. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, I didn't see the 7 hanging there. I thought he was getting on the 8. Excuse me. So I thought there was a little worry there, but he's all right. But I think Lukas is looking better. So you never know. 18-14. Fedor's going to get to break the balls a few times. But he's had quite a few dry breaks in this match.
Well, and he doesn't even have to necessarily get a clean run out, too, even if he doesn't break dry. So Lukas doesn't even need to root on a dry break. He just needs to, hopefully some of the balls are tied up, which there's been a lot of funny kind of table layouts, a lot of the racks here. The rack that Lukas just had here was right. Not that I can think of. I'd say maybe 2 or 3. Maybe? Yeah, probably closer to 3, yeah.
Yeah, I think all Lukas can do is just kind of play his game and see how they fall from here. He can't afford any mistakes on his own, but just a matter if he gets the opportunity to overcome it.
Be nice to see Lukas get the opportunity to maybe get back in the match and just to see what he does with it. To only think there's really, 2, I guess if you take out 2 of Lukas's mistakes, that you're looking at 16-16 instead. Is that kind of the biggest difference, Jeremy, between a player like Lukas and a player like Fedor? Like Lukas is going to make a few more of those like kind of weird, like kind of when he bumped in the ball and hooked himself, like little things like that. Is that like the biggest difference? Like Federer is just not going to do that as often. Between their
I mean, I
level?
think, you got to label Federer a more efficient player when the balls are open, and don't take that a bad way, Lucas. That's about 99.9% of the world. And, but I think there were just a few other things. There were a few open shots he missed, those cut shots we talked about, he overcut. Those were huge ones. I think it was a few of the ball and hands he missed on the kicks. But normally, like I was talking about earlier, like when you were trying to say about change, go up 50 points. What's the hardest stage, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like a long-term thing too. We might play this race to 20 once a day for 5 days and really not see the difference in Federer and Lukas that much. But if you see it over, let's look at the last couple years of results, and you can see the differences. So it takes a while to separate these two types of players. But yeah, it's just the little things, if that's what your question was, Michael.
Yeah, I guess my one thing, is there like one specific thing that you think there is a difference, or is it just like Federer does everything just like a percentage better, and that adds up a lot over time?
Yeah, I think if I had to pick out one thing, it would be just position overall. He's just a little smarter with the angles, a little tidier with position overall than I see than Lukas. And Lukas ain't bad, obviously. He's a great player. But just like that last shot, we saw Lukas
and that shot too.
Well, that was from the last shot, though. There's no reason he should have fallen near the rail that far away from the three and all that. So those little things add up to an extra mistake every 50 or 100 shots with these guys.
And like you'll never see, for the most part, obviously you will never see Federer do that. Like a scratch on that shot, for example. Like maybe 1 out of every 100 racks when Lukas is doing it, like you said, 1 out of every 50 or whatever, whatever the odds may be. But
yeah, and it's like Tiger Woods used to say, it's even a 72-hole golf tournament's a pretty short sprint for those great players. The same with these guys, and that's why, like at the Mosconi, you'll know when it's time to win, but you still almost have to think and play long term because it's a percentage kind of game. Get to the hill here, and don't have to go any further than 2 rails. But
that was Lukas really blew that opportunity there, because that was on Federer's break. He was going to steal one there, much needed one.
Easy angle here to come 1 rail. I guess he does. Looks like the felt's a little broke in as well, where you can check the ball nicely.
All right, Federer on the hill, guys. Someone in the chat says, JJ, you still got the voice of the pool gods.
Yeah, well, I had some. I usually lose it if I have to go on the road working. I'll go here next week to Houston for 3 days to teach, and then I was talking about going to Florida. And I do those 8-10 hour days of teaching. That's when the voice can get a little so.
I do have to say, I'm sure you hear this all the time. Like anytime you're commentating a match, it just makes it way just all around better to watch, whether it's for entertainment, learning, And of course, soothing on the ears, but like any kind of, I don't know, just anytime you're commentating, I'm watching. I don't care if you have, two 500 Fargos playing each other. I'd listen if you're commentating.
I don't know how it really kind of happened. 20 years ago or so, I started doing a match here and there, the match room and the World Championships and some stuff, and started happening more and more. Certainly enjoy it though. A funny shot here. He's got to command the speed. Done pretty well.
Wonder if he's forced to play the combo here, or if he can come back, play the 3 in the bottom left. Yeah, he's fine.
Got just one rail. Really nice. We'd like to have that last where he scratched that one back, I tell you.
That makes a big difference. He had a chance to make it 16-18, and then all it takes is one more Fedor stake for it to be a tie game if Lukas takes, his serve.
Breaking, and really I feel like that scratch came from nowhere because he started to look really comfortable to me, even though trailing.
Yeah, he gets in this kind of, he has this last second kind of force with him. Every time I've seen him down in a match about to lose, he always comes through and is able to win a few games in a row. Like he doesn't have any quit in him.
Sure.
And by the way, the score is 19-14. I don't know if you guys can get a score update on that one there. And like little things like that, like falling below the 8 is not ideal.
Again, that's just long term. I mean, odds are he doesn't miss this, but he'll miss it just a hair more often, or maybe not get out just a hair more often over the next month. If you do that just too many times. So
and that makes a difference, right? You can lose a match. If you don't get out here, once a month or once every couple of weeks, you lose a match, you lose a tournament that way.
Well, and also you're talking about top players in the world and what it could cost them. And like I said, going back to that point, you were talking about moving up 50 points. What's the hardest stage? I think that goes with that, just being a little more consistent. That's what's going to make you elevate those Fargo points. Get to hit this one thick to get through the ball. But that's been the one that's gotten him a few times.
Wonder how cuttable this ball is here. Get a different view here. I'm curious. I was that pay-per-view match I played, I went hill in my match, and I was left a similar 9-ball cut. Much like the 9-ball was closer to the middle diamond, but hill I was left this a similar shot, way more thin though, but cue ball kind of same spot.
Got it in or what?
Oh God, no. He banks it in though. Wow.
Well,
Fedor,
maybe a little
Fedor
fitting.
wins.
We got to see a long railer, nice long railer to win the match, but unfortunately.
Hey everybody, boom, Bobby Hilton here. I hope you guys enjoyed that. That was a great match for Fedor. Obviously taking care of business against Lukas Fracasso-Verner with a 20-14 score. Both of those guys are undefeated in UK Open right now. They are both playing tomorrow. You can follow the Shark Stream, and we'll get you guys completely updated on all the happening that's going on at the UK Open. But I hope you guys enjoyed that. But again, if you want to watch more matches like that, if you become a subscriber on the subscription page, the Shark Stream subscription page, you're going to get Efren Reyes next Monday and Tuesday. You get to watch him play Mike DeShane, 800 Fargo, United States player, great player, Mosconi Cup player as well. So you definitely want to check that out. So become a subscriber if you can. You're also going to be... oh, yeah, I'll show you a little bit of Rebecca Button. Where's Rebecca Button? I don't know where it is. Where'd it go? Where you put it? I can't find the Rebecca Button. That's pretty funny.
All right. But if you want to become a subscriber, guys, go and click the link. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's not there. Not there.
For only $4.99, which can be the cost of your morning coffee, you can become an exclusive member of the Shark Stream for an entire month. You get full access to pay-per-view events such as Fedor Gorst, FSR, and our upcoming events, Efren Reyes and Savannah Easton. Free entries into weekly and monthly raffles that vary in prizes. Don't forget, exclusive interviews with the top professionals. Subscribe today for $4.99 a month. And remember, that's only the cost of one coffee when you can get raffles, events, and more.
There you go. Become a subscriber and get all that cool stuff. We do free raffles every single month. We have pro events like Efren Reyes, Mike DeShane. We got Savannah the Roadrunner coming next month in June as well. So a lot of big things. Become a subscriber. You're supporting the Shark Stream. You're getting raffles. You're also getting great events. And you can also watch all those matches that we just played, and also a lot of other big pro events. So, hey, I want to say thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys on YouTube. Thank you guys on Facebook. Thank you guys on Caffeine TV. All you guys have been great. I hope you guys enjoyed that match and enjoyed the match before that. And this is Bobby Hilton saying, like, subscribe if you can. If you can afford it, please do it. Support us and watch those matches. We got Efren Reyes coming on Monday. There's only one way to watch it. That's become a subscriber. All right, guys. We'll see you later. Bobby Hilton saying, boom.
We want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors here on the Shark Stream. You have Connecticut APA, Sigma Wear, Agency One Group, Jacoby Custom Cues, Women in Pool, Mabel's Tables at Michael's Deli, NM Billiard Sales and Service, 11 Hall Avenue, Wallingford, Connecticut, KM Maintenance, JT's Pool Cue Repair, Salotto app, Mark Anthony Home Improvements, Tommy's Tattoo Supply,